fault him for his standard. And I asked him if somebody, his coworker, doing the exact same thing, going through the exact same health issue, if they were going to be out, would he hold it against him? He said no.
Right. Sounds like Tommy Tough Guy. He needs to get laid. Signed, Elijah.
It does ease the tension a little bit.
Torque probably missed a lot of school. Unnamed ticket texter. Let's talk Torkelson. I feel like we've been, it's been in the background. Let's bring it to the forefront here, John. AJ a month ago said it wasn't a conversation. Clearly, a lot's happened in a month's time. 3 of 37 for Torkelson the last 10 games. 0 of 16 the last 4. That's with 9 strikeouts. He looks lost at the plate. As bad as he was, he took a nosedive, and even AJ benched him twice over the weekend. You can't waste a roster spot on him because AJ likes to use all the bench spots. He likes to use a pinch hitter, a pinch runner, a defensive replacement. Torkelson offers you none of that flexibility.
So it's funny you mentioned the 3 of 37 over the last 10 games. All 3 of those hits came in one game.
Yeah.
So it was, and I sent this kind of a little play on words here. He was 1 of 9 in the last 10 games. He hit the ball once in 10 games. And it was 3 times on that one day, but 9 other games where he went hitless. Hitless. It's just, things continued to spiral poorly, to say it nicely. And he has, last night, been sent down to AAA to try and figure things out.
So let's not dance around it. Is he a bust? That's what people want to know. Like, is this the beginning of the end for him where he goes down to AAA and this is a descent out of baseball?
Well, there's a possibility that there's a descent that he can't recover from, and whether it's physical, it's mental, or it's a combination of the two. Maybe he needed a vacation day. He got a couple of those. But
thanks, John.
It comes down to the definition of a bust. Will he ever be able to live up to being drafted 1-1?
No.
And so if that's your definition of a bust, then yes, he is. It's not his fault where he was drafted. He did have a stellar college career, and then he was drafted 1-1 and has not lived up to what you would expect from somebody drafted in that position. But can he be a Major League Baseball player? I think he can. I don't think he'll ever live up to the 1-1 standard.
He won't live up to 1-1. I don't know that he's going to live up to just even the moniker of being one of the cornerstones of this team, part of the core of this team. I mean, John, that's not the definition of being a Major League Baseball player. No, but okay, can he make a living playing baseball? Sure. But I think the definition of bust isn't someone that got paid to play professional sports.
Right.
The definition, you have to live up to the expectations or it's a bust. And maybe it'll be with a different organization with a change of scenery, but I just think as long as he's in Detroit, the pressure of delivering, of being that cornerstone has proven to be too much for him.
Yeah, I would agree. And whether he's too much in his own head, that's what we heard from AJ in 22, is he's a guy that analyzes every little thing. He analyzes the pitch, analyzes the launch angle, his swing. And I'm just wondering if he's a guy that just needs to get out of his head and just swing the damn bat, just go up there and be a baseball player. Don't think about, and I know that as a Major League Baseball player, you have to anticipate what pitchers are going to do, where the location is, whether it's going to be a fastball, if it's going to be a changeup, all of those things. People have tendencies, and you want to use those to your advantage. But at some point, you have to be able to just go up there and be an athlete, and react and play.
The fact that he's struggling with the fastball is such the red flag on him. We've been talking about this a lot, when's the right time? I think they completely gave him every opportunity to have no other choice but to go down there. I think he's got approach issues, maybe between the ears too.
Yeah. And
I know sports psychologists have become a pretty big thing, and I think he's somebody that doesn't have one that could potentially use one. You can see him mumbling to himself. As Jim said it off there, is he talking to himself or is he talking to the pitcher? It just doesn't look right. And I feel like you talked about analytics and the whole launch angle thing. I feel like he's almost like the final experiment in a lab of the analytical, what I'll call it, analytical antichrist, where the push was so far towards analytics and these kids coming up through the years and through the years and through the years, that he's the end game product. And we've seen the game kind of bounce back from that. And then he didn't have the normal 2020, 2021 because of COVID, and he's just wrecked. And also last year, I do think you can probably start to put some substance into Miggy helping him.
Sure.
Going Oppo was a big part of his surge last year. Now Miggy went Oppo.
Now he's all pull. He can't get anything on the outer part of the plate. He's chasing stuff off the plate. It's more Javi than Miggy. Yeah, I mean, there may be an influence question there,
and I think this is a minimum. Even if he does well down there 15 days, I think it needs to be longer. I think you're looking at probably 150 ABs. Like, there's major things that need to be fixed here.
I thought it was incredibly telling when yesterday, a game they came back and won in extras, all hands on deck. Rodgers was the guy they went with the pinch hit instead of Torkelson. Spoke volumes to what they thought of him at this point. And they had no choice at that point. You're right, Tom. I think they gave him every chance to be successful. You can fail and fail again. Baseball's a sport of failure. But when it got as ugly as it had in the last week, they had no choice. He was wasting a roster spot. There's a debate about what's good for Tork's development. And then there's a separate debate about what's good for this baseball team. Him being on the baseball team was hurting them. They have the responsibility to try to put out the best product possible. And we could debate whether they did that enough in the offseason, but they are into the season now. And AJ last week said, yeah, it's a developmental year, but we are still trying to win. Well, if you're trying to win, and that's Torkelson's approach, he can't be on the ball club. Separately, is this good or bad for his development? Well, I don't know. He's not going to learn to hit major league fastballs in AAA. The late breaking nasty movement for major league pitching, he's not going to see much of it in AAA. Yeah. So I don't know. And I don't know that it's going to pan out. Now you start looking back at Torkelson thinking, he really only had one good year at Arizona State with the ping, right, the aluminum bats. He didn't get a second true evaluation year because of COVID. It's not like he was unbelievable in AAA Toledo on his way up. People feel like he was rushed up. And then you think, well, if he can't hit the major league fastball, maybe the guy's just no good. Because it's one thing if you can't hit the slider that, oh man, at the very last second it breaks and that's a tough son of a gun to hit. It's a fastball, dude. It's the one pitch in the middle of the plate that if you're taking or that you can't time up, you're not a big leaguer. And the Tigers gave him every chance to prove he was. And their conclusion as of yesterday is right now Spencer Torkelson's not a big leaguer. And that's grounds for being a bust when you're the number one pick, when you're supposed to be a cornerstone. He's not going to live up to that.
No, I don't think he ever will. Can he still be a part of a winning baseball team? I think he can. And I think it's going to take some time. And maybe it's the rest of this season for that he is down there, because why would you bring him up if you're just still not sure? Maybe he just needs more time. Maybe everything is just happening in reverse. He should have had more time at the beginning. They rushed him along. He's been, ruined on the mental side of things. And I don't want to underestimate the overthinking. And I don't know that there's any sport or any skill that it would handicap you more if you're overthinking trying to hit major league pitching. If you are trying to guess at what's next and you are unsure of what you're doing, the room for error as a major league hitter is so minuscule that if you're just sitting there, my hand's got to be here, I've got to do this, I've got to step here, I've got to twist, I've got to my bat path, all of those different things. Like, you can't think about those things. And there were different points in my career trying to pass protect against some of the best pass rushers in the NFL. If I was overthinking, I was beat before the ball was even snapped. And I would come to the sideline and the coach would tell me, hey, get out of your head, just go play. And when you finally are able to do that, you find out that, hey, okay, this is why I'm here. This is why I was able to get to this point. I can't actually do this. And then you start picking up on cues, but it has to be more of a reaction than it is physically sitting there thinking about, I got to step with this foot, I've got to punch with this hand, I've got to do this. If this is the defense, there's just too much going on, and it happens too fast at that level.
We're going to make some time for you guys to jump in on the phones, 248-539-9797. We'll collect the ticket text. We want your responses with Torkelson. Is he a bust? Where are you at with him? Is he unpacks in AAA Toledo now, sent down after the game yesterday? One last note stat-wise. I mentioned not hitting a fastball. Evan Petzold of the Free Press, Tork is hitting 148 against right-handed fastballs this season. Most pitchers are righty. The most common pitch is a fastball. 148 on the ones you have to make a living hitting. It's 97.1.
Hey, I've told you guys about Rapid Roofing, and I want to tell you a little bit more about why I chose Rapid Roofing to protect our house, protect our investment, protect my family. They're the only GAF, which is a shingle manufacturer, 3-star President's Club award winner in the state of Michigan. This award highlights the company's performance, reliability, and customer service, and it's the highest designation a roofing company can hold with GAF. It wasn't high pressure. They didn't give me some astronomical number and then go out and say, hey, I'm going to call my boss, and if you sign today, we're going to give you X number of dollars off. It wasn't high pressure. They were very honest with their approach. They were honest with their estimate, and then they came and they showed up in one day, ripped the roof off, made the repairs, put one on, cleaned everything up, and we're gone. If you want the same service and the no-pressure sales pitch, give them a call. It's Rapid Roofing and Mike Beatty at 888-360-ROOF. That's 888-360-ROOF, or you can find more information on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Get to your response on Torkelson being sent down AAA Toledo. Is it fixable? Is this the end? Is he a bust? Ticket text phone calls. Bob and Fenton, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. So I just wanted to touch on something. I actually worked in the clubhouse for just under 5 years, not too long ago. I think this is the end. To me, it's almost breath of fresh air. I think it's time to start finding a replacement. But early on, I know Torkelson had a year and a half with Miggy. Miggy was real quiet in the clubhouse. He's a great locker room guy. Obviously, everyone's seen how much fun he had. Mm-hmm. But I don't know how much he wanted to get involved with people. Maybe he did. I'm not sure. But JD Martinez, that guy, constantly, if he was not in the gym working out in the clubhouse, constantly on his iPad, looking at his swing, looking at other pitchers. He was so locked in and so dedicated to the game. I know that may not even have been an option to bring him in, but someone like that, I think that's what Torkelson really needed.
Like more of a mentor, not a coach, but a player in that clubhouse. People have pointed out, Miggy was instrumental in going the other way and seeing a guy who could take pitches the other way. Too many guys today are pull happy, and it's selling out for power, and that's the one trait that Tork has that maybe he was using to cling to an MLB roster spot.
Yeah.
But as the texter points out, if you can't hit the fastball over the middle of the plate, how much of a power hitter are you? Dude missing middle fastballs so long you can't be a power hitter in Major League Baseball missing those. That's an unnamed ticket texter. Texter says, do you think he's feeling the pressure of replacing Miggy? That's from Mike in Canton.
Well, I mean, just look at it from a pitcher's perspective. If there's no challenge if I'm going to throw you a fastball right down the heart of the plate and I'm not worried about you going yard with it, like that's a batter off.
Tork will be fine. Look at Corbin Carroll in Arizona right now. He's under the Mendoza line, and he's worse in most categories than Tork. It happens to everybody. Corbin Carroll last year was better than Tork has been.
Yeah.
Corbin Carroll, I feel like, also offers you the ability as a base runner and a fielder, even if it's not contributing at the plate. See, Tork, it's all if he's hitting or not.
Right, and it was 31 home runs last year, and he ended up with the 233 average. And you look at his OPS, the on-base percent, all of those things they're just too low for a major league hitter. Not the 31 home runs, but if you're not going to get that home run production and all those other numbers are bad, that's the point.
The comp's not fair. Corbin Carroll's OPS was 100 points higher last year. He got MVP votes. He was an all-star. He won Rookie of the Year. He had 25 homers and 50 stolen bases.
Yeah,
that's not the same comparison.
No, and yes, every major league hitter is going to go through slumps, some longer than others. The problem is that Spencer Torkelson has not come out of this one. It's been over 200 at bats, and he's not coming out of it.
And it got worse this last week. 0 of 16 in the last 4 games with 9 strikeouts, 0 walks. Out
of 10 games, there was only 1 game where he actually hit the ball.
And it was 3 of 37 in total. It was the one game where he got all his hits. It was that Toronto game where everybody hit and the Tigers scored 14 runs. Texter says pulling of the baseball is concerning. Isaac Paredes was doing the same thing. Then he got traded to Tampa. Now he's a stud. I have concerns with the coaching and the baseball fundamentals taught within the organization. Well, you do ask, why aren't any of the bats developing in a meaningful way over the course of several years? Right? I mean, Riley Green is a bat that we think is pretty good. Wenzel Perez has been a nice addition this season, but it's still very early in his career. They don't really have a track record, John, of developing any hitters. And this is predating Scott Harris. This was Avila.
Right.
This was Dombrowski didn't develop guys. He just traded for proven guys. This goes back decades.
Yeah, and looking at it, going, well, is it the hitting coach? Well, they've changed the hitting coach. So are they just doing a bad job of hiring somebody that can help develop either at the major league level or at the minor league level? And I think part of that answer has to be yes, but the other one is just simply player selection, guys that actually can develop.
Real quick, Justin Henry Malloy, expectations for him?
Over 250 and some power.
Draw some walks, switch hitter. Team could desperately use a bat. I don't want to set the bar too high for him. I mean, this is going to be an adjustment. But.
This is going to be a guy that's directly tied to Scott Harris. He traded for him. This is exactly the type of player that I think you should expect from Scott Harris, one that values the strike zone. And we're going to see if the Scott Harris experiment is going to work.
Maybe a chance to earn a a ball in this 0-2 count. Ooh. Let's get to Heather with the news.
So Angel Reese has been fined by the WNBA for skipping media obligations after the Chicago Sky lost to the Indiana Fever over the weekend. She was fined $1,000. The Sky was also fined $5,000 for basically failing to ensure that all players comply with the league media policies. Now, why exactly didn't she make herself available? We might not know the exact reason, but she probably didn't want to answer questions about why she appeared to celebrate a cheap shot on Caitlin Clark. Could be it. Might be something else.
It could be a lot of different reasons.
Yes.
But yeah, the incident of Caitlin Clark getting a hard foul, there's been a number of them, but
this was maybe the most blatant
her
one.
Celebrating that, and she's had history with Caitlin Clark, obviously. 2 years ago in the championship game that LSU won, the whole "you can't see me," but that was I didn't have a problem with that because that was in response to what Caitlin Clark did to a different opponent.
Listen, there's a little trash talk on both sides, a little competitive fire. I have no issue with that. What I had an issue with was Kennedy Carter's hip check, seemingly over the line. No reason. The play wasn't going on right there. It's not like they were fighting for a loose ball, and then. While Carter did speak, she didn't want to answer any questions about Caitlin Clark.
Right.
But then she was talking all that smack on social media. Anyway, Caitlin Clark at the center of all of this. Angel Reese, all she had to do was show up at the podium. No one says you have to give good answers. You just have to fulfill your professional obligation and be there.
Yep. And she wasn't. A student at Purdue probably worked pretty hard, I'm guessing, to get his grade point up. He started at 1.68 to having a grade point average of 3.85.
Oh, wow. So, that's hard work.
It's very hard work, but it turns out, this could have still been hard work. He was actually forging his professor's signatures to change his grades, from those F, Ds, and Cs all the way up to A's. So he wasn't actually putting in the studious work.
Yes.
He was just forging signatures, and now he is a convicted felon. Yeah, so he did get in trouble. The 23-year-old admitted to 3 forgery convictions in April, and he received a 4-year sentence on Friday.
Was obviously not good at it.
But his sentence,
either one, being a student or a forger.
No, his sentence was suspended, and he was put on probation instead. And during the investigation, the school uncovered 30 grade change forms from this particular student, and 27 of them had been forged.
Wow. Well, maybe he was actually decent at it until
he got caught. He started in the fall semester of 2021, and he wasn't caught until the spring semester of 2023.
Oh, I stand corrected.
So but he did get caught. So he couldn't have been that great at things. So
who was that movie that they made out of? Wasn't there somebody that was a forger? They ended up finally catching him.
Catch
but then,
Me If You Can?
Is that what it is? Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like it's that movie.
Young Leonardo.
Leonardo, yeah. This guy is currently not enrolled at Purdue anymore. He's out. Amazon is issuing an apology.
Opened up a spot for another student.
There you go.
Exactly. After a video shows one of their drivers delivering a package to a home that was actually on fire. And this delivery man did nothing. So this is a family in Massachusetts. They were away over Memorial Day weekend, and they got a call that their house is on fire. And by the time they got back, they had already lost a big chunk of their home. It was just in ruins. And they were having some housework done at the time, and it turns out that the fire was started because of this combustible material that was left by workers, yada, yada, yada. Anyway, there's nothing the family could have done. But there is someone else that could have done something. There's one person. This family said they were looking at home security footage and they saw an Amazon delivery person open their garage door to put in a package. I didn't even realize this was something Amazon could do.
I saw a commercial for this.
Yes, it's called like in-garage delivery where they can actually open the door.
Yeah, no thanks.
No, I don't want that. But that's what this person did. They opened the door and there was smoke filling the garage, and they stood there in the smoke, put down the package, took a picture of it so that even their picture had that like a smoky haze going through. And then they just left instead of making a phone call to anybody that, hey, there's a fire in this house.
One of the side benefits of having that service should be if something nefarious is happening.
Seriously, just to make it, hey, like a heads up. I don't know if somebody's home or not, but something's burning in there. Amazon originally didn't want to work with this family, said, hey, the guy didn't start the fire. There's nothing we can do. But then video online started to circulate, and now Amazon is kind of backtracking and say, you know what? We do apologize for how this is this was handled. We do encourage our drivers to report any suspicious activity.
Well, you would think knock on the door, anybody home, is everything going? And if not, 911. Your house
just a
is
simple
on fire.
phone call. Just a simple phone call is all
So
you
many
had to
songs
do.
we could play.
Yeah.
We didn't start the fire. Your house is
Exactly.
on fire.
Yep.
Burning down the house. That's Heather with the news.
There you go.
Coming up next, Jason Kelsey. Doesn't wash his feet? It's 97.1.
Hey, swing for the fences this Major League Baseball season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because with Dinger Tuesdays, you can turn dingers into dollars all season long. Just bet on your favorite player to rip a moonshot, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run during that game. Yes, home runs just got better, and we all love the long ball and cheering for the long ball. Just visit FanDuel.com/Jansen to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen, and make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 per game. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
comeback, come from behind game for the Tigers. They win. Split with the Red Sox. John is back after missing a week. And John, I told you, you didn't miss much. 10 games back in the division still.
Yep.
Still have a losing record. Still in 4th place. You really didn't miss much. And I hate saying it, but the lesson is, like, guys, if you go on vacation, if you go to your kid's sporting event, if you go to the beach, if you watch a movie instead, you didn't miss anything. For all the people that lost the Tigers on Bally, you haven't missed anything, right?
Yeah, I mean, you haven't. And it's I came back in because when I log out, all right, I simply log out of the computer, but everything that I have on my computer screen is saved. The pages are open, and it's like they're frozen in time. So I had a chance to come back, obviously a week later, and take a look at where everything was when I left, where everything is now. A record, it's a better record than when I left. And when I left, they were 23 and 27. So they're back to fighting to get to 500, you know, and at the end of the month, I thought that they'd be
side, though.
Still the wrong side. At the end of the month, I thought they'd be 28 and 29, and they were at 28 and 29 at the end of May. But when you look at just keeping pace with the Guardians or the Kansas City Royals or the Minnesota Twins, they're unable to keep pace with them. And it's more importantly right now, nobody thinks that they're just going to go on this hot streak and win the division. So it's what are they doing in the wild card? And, okay, they didn't take a huge step back. They were 3 back when I left. They're 4 back now. But it's a game in a week. And in another week, is it another game?
Right.
And then at some point, you're approaching double digits, and then you're digging yourself a hole that you're just not going to be able to get out of because other teams did go and spend some money, the Kansas City Royals, and they're much better than they were last year.
People were getting on me yesterday on social media because I was talking more about Torque than the win, and I think Torque's the bigger conversation. The win doesn't do anything unless they string them together. It rings hollow to like, hey, go get them, Tigers. They won yesterday, split over the weekend. They're treading water while everybody else is winning. It rings hollow to really make individual games too big a deal. They need to string them together. Win a few in a row. Do some damage in June. Make a go of it, and we can have those conversations. Otherwise, the bigger conversations are about guys like Torkelson, development, big picture stuff like that. We got a message over the weekend, and I tagged you in this.
Media, yes.
I tagged John Jansen in a tweet that was sent to me. It was said, I want to request this as a topic for the show this week at some point. I'd love to hear you and Jansen banter and see what the callers would say. And I looked over, scrolled up, and it was a tweet from Jason Kelsey. Jason Kelsey responded to a message sent to him. Jason Kelsey's feet. He looks like he doesn't wash his legs or his feet. This was sent to him. Or I guess it actually wasn't. It was just a random guy on social media. Didn't even tag Jason Kelsey. Just said, Jason Kelsey looks like he doesn't wash his legs or his feet. Jason Kelsey found it, or someone sent it to him. And he said, what kind of weirdo washes their feet? So, John, it begs the question, do you wash your feet?
Yes, I wash my feet.
Every time you're in the shower, you wash your feet?
I do. I'm guessing the answer for you is no.
It's a hard no.
I don't either.
Really?
I do know. If my feet are dirty, if I have worn sandals, flip-flops, and I've been running through dirt or walking around in the grass and my feet are, like, I know they're dirty or I stepped in something yucky.
Yes.
I'm going to wash my feet. But as I shower and I soap up with my loofah and my soap, it all just...
Gravity.
Down to the feet, and I'm standing in a little bit of water with the
soil water.
Soapy water, John. Soapy water.
Huh. Interesting.
That's kind of been my thought too, is gravity and the water and the soap down at the bottom. The actual soles of your feet are on the soapy.
Oh, see, I put a bench in the shower because we have just a stand-up shower. It's not a combo tub shower. And so that I can actually sit down, because sometimes have a balance issue right now. So I'm trying to stand on one leg and wash my foot. I have fallen over before. So I have a bench in there that I'll actually sit down and wash my feet, because I find that if I don't wash my feet, then the next day at the end of the day, I'll take my shoes off and I'm like, wow, those shoes stink. But then when I wash my feet at the end of the next day, they don't stink, the shoes. And so I have made that correlation between washing my feet and stinky feet.
But I feel like unless you have just some really nasty feet, the sock also helps any smell that may linger.
So
you have shoes on top of it. I just don't feel like this is a huge,
the issue that I have with Jason Kelce saying so soon after retirement that he doesn't wash his feet is, as a football player, as an athlete, one of the things that I felt was vital to me is taking care of my feet, because if I had blisters from either a bad tape job or from just playing football, that it would hamper my ability to play. And so I was hyper aware of taking care of the tools of my job, and those happen to be my feet.
Yeah, your footwork. Yeah, being able to, yep.
Yeah, being able to just be in cleats. Cleats are uncomfortable to begin with, and you spend hours a day in them. And so I would, as a player, there were times where I would go get pedicures because my nails, people would step on my feet. I've talked about Doug has mentioned this before, a story about Chris Zeman, who was a guard at Michigan with me, and he just, he was tall. He was about as tall as I am, and he was playing guard, and every time he would step on my feet. And I at one point in my career, I had no toenails left on any of my toes.
Oh, no.
And
so you were very aware of your feet.
I was hyper aware of my feet, and so I would go get them taken care of. Now, I do wash my feet on a daily basis because I just think it's sanitary.
Okay. It's one thing I'd never thought of, and I'm honest. I've never scrubbed the soles of my feet.
You've
when I'm
never scrubbed the soles of your feet.
I mean, I shouldn't say never. I mean, I get like to Heather's point. Like if you're in something like gross, like if you're in the mud or the sand or you're outdoors and your foot's dirty, yes, you go walk out barefoot and do something. Yes. But like shower after shower, day after day, I'm not sitting down on the little bench there. First of all, it's full of all my wife's hair products. But beyond that, I'm not scrubbing the soles of my feet.
You need a bench for yourself.
What about your legs? Do you wash your legs every shower?
Yeah, you go down, the calves and then the shins. I'm like doing it right now. But the actual soles of your feet is
you stop at the ankle.
Yes, the ankle is where, yes.
It's so funny because I do too. Like, you wash, women probably wash their legs more than men because we're shaving our legs, right? And as you're shaving, like, I don't know about other women, but I'm scrubbing them with my little loofah.
Sure.
So I literally put my foot up on our little bench and I wash, but I still don't wash my foot. Like, I'm washing
Do dudes
literally.
use loofahs?
No, they use what? Washcloths?
I use my hand.
Your hand
and body wash and just kind of
No
I use a
washcloth?
loofah.
Soap and water.
Oh,
I use a loofah, and I wash my feet every day.
you do?
Yes.
So you use your
I'm kinda
loofah on the bottom of your foot?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Then we need to get Tom's perspective because we're split now. It's a
Tom,
split ticket.
Do you use a loofah?
No, and I'd rather talk about Luca.
Okay, do you wash your feet every shower?
Yes, I do, actually.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Chris,
I'm
what about
Mr.
you?
Clean, though. I mean, I got
Yes.
the bald
Well,
head
yeah,
that fits
you
it, but
actually look like
I
Mr.
do.
Clean.
I take showers every day, pretty much, unless something's very unusual.
Well, yeah, me
Oh,
too.
yeah.
I'm just,
Yeah.
I don't wash my feet every shower.
But there's people that don't, or if I had hair, I'd wash it every day because I just need that clean feel.
I don't know, there's only like soapy water on the floor, right?
Yes!
I thought that kind
So
of
you're
takes
just
care of it. Does
gonna-
that not
you're
already
gonna-
kind of take care of it?
You're going to do
it does.
do a little Irish
I'm
jig in there.
ticklish. I don't want to put a
You're
loofah on my foot.
ticklish. You tickle your own
I'll probably
feet?
fall.
I
too,
don't
if
think I
slip
could
and
tickle
fall
my
on one
own
foot
feet.
like an idiot.
They
So why
only
not-
tickle when
You
somebody
can't
else
tickle
touches
yourself,
your feet.
right?
Yeah. You start laughing and tickling
It's
your
getting a
feet.
little weird now, but with a loofah?
No, yeah, with the loofah or
I think that
anything
tickles.
else.
I think that tickles.
Really quick.
Tickling
Hey,
yourself.
By this gravity theory, why not just wash your shoulders and that's it? Gravity.
Yeah,
Ooh, I could cut my time in half, actually.
yeah.
I mean, there's
You see,
certain
technically,
locations
if
where
you
you're
wa-
sweating a lot. I mean, like,
if you your feet sweat a lot.
Hey,
I don't think my feet do.
guys, there's a graphic that
I don't
was
think they
sent.
sweat a lot.
Oh,
A graphic that was sent to Jason Kelce describing areas of the body that are higher priorities. Well, I also want to give you Jason Kelce's
Okay.
full opinion as to why he does not wash the soles of his feet. You guys want to join the conversation? 248-539-9797. We are late for Falar's update. Let's all step aside. He steps in. It's your show. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. We have our final matchup for the 2024 Stanley Cup playoffs. The Canadian team will get a chance to end their drought, and the one and only Jack Michaels had the final call on the Oilers radio network. And they will now take on the Panthers for the Cup beginning on Saturday. The Tigers sit one game below 500 after their 4 games at Fenway, earning an 8-4 victory yesterday before they turn around and head to Arlington. Spencer Torkelson not going to be with them. He'll finally be given a chance to fix his swing in Toledo. With Tork's demotion, Justin Henry Malloy, who is Scott Harris's first trade acquisition, will join the team in Texas for his Major League debut. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Heather, what did you just say?
I said, I'm so glad you don't wash your feet too, so I'm not the only dirty one here. Like, I'm so glad you're with me, Jim.
So
Otherwise, I'm the gross one.
I think we've had this topic before, not the washing of the feet, but do you pee in the shower?
Yeah. Not
Okay.
every time I shower. It's
You're
not
walking
like
in that same water. Why wouldn't you wash it off your feet?
because like I said, the soap, it just goes, like, if I pee in the shower, it's like the first thing I'm doing, right?
Okay.
Like, I don't, like,
The water starts
bathe
running
and
and you
then
have to
pee.
go. Yeah.
Yeah,
When
it's
that water
like,
warms up, it brings on the urge more.
so it's normally, if that happens, it's something that happens right off the bat, and then I clean, and the water is going down the drain. It's
Correct.
not like it's not pooling,
It's not pooling, yes.
like inches. I'm not standing in pee water. I mean, that's gross.
Jason Kelsey's response.
I thought you were going with the hair washing, not the
Oh,
peeing.
no. The hair washing, that's something that I have learned since being on the show. We always try and learn something. I try and learn something every day. Some days successful, sometimes not. But that you don't have to wash your hair every time you take a shower.
Right, and which I don't.
See, I wasn't aware of that. I was a wash your hair every day guy.
So is it surprising that the 2 youngest people on the show don't wash their feet?
I think there's
Very,
something, yeah.
You think it's
Lazy,
generational?
young.
Oh,
Yeah, it could be, yeah,
Lazy,
yeah.
because I'm literally washing.
I'm not going to show up to work tomorrow
it.
because I didn't wash my feet.
Now, Jason
Or
Kelsey.
school.
Jason Kelsey is right around Heather's age, and they're both on the same side of this. Me too. Guys, girls in their 30s, apparently, if we're going to do the age demo. Here's Jason Kelsey. All of you have been, this is funny, this is a little bit of a shot at Harrison Butker. Not that I want to go down that road. All of you have been fed diabolical lies that washing every crevice of your body and hair all the time is sometimes better or healthier. Any dermatologist not in bed with big soap will agree.
Big soap.
Hot spots are all that is necessary and actually lead to cleaner, healthier skin. What are the hot spots, you might ask, John? Well, I have a graphic for you.
I'm guessing.
These are the hot spots
Okay,
that you
all right.
need to prioritize.
Yes.
It's color-coded.
All right. Yeah, so we used to use the term HFC. Hands, face, crotch.
Oh, okay, yeah.
All right. But it leaves out the pits.
Honestly, the
Oh,
hands...
yeah, you got to get
yeah.
the bits.
The hands are not a priority on this, apparently, probably because you're washing your
Well,
hands
yeah.
throughout the
Well,
day.
Well, and everything. no.
Everything else that you
Oh, yeah,
wash,
everything you're touching.
you're
Yes.
applying it. Yeah.
Duh.
Unless you're having somebody do it for you.
your hands are being washed
That's a
when
whole
you
nother
wash
story.
everything else.
But yes, it's under the arms,
Yes.
the crotch area. Those are the red deep scrub regions. Yellow immediately in the areas around that, including the head. Then they go, your arms and your thighs, and then legs less so. You don't have to worry as much.
Yeah.
White is where the feet are, John.
Oh, from the calf down.
From the calf down, you're good.
Yeah.
You don't have to wash down there, apparently.
Wonder how long it took him to put that graphic together.
I don't think
Jason
he did.
didn't put it. This was someone in his
Somebody
mentions.
sent it to him.
Oh.
But then he said, I'm stealing this. So we are also stealing it. This is definitive. This is science.
I think washing your feet is an important part.
I'm not. I mean, like I said, I will wash them when I know I've gotten them pretty dirty.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely don't wash them every shower. I don't.
That's why I feel comfortable wearing flip-flops on a plane. I've washed my feet. Or taking them off on the plane. I've washed my feet.
You see all the caps in this, Heather?
I do.
A lot of people have thoughts on this. More caps on this ticket text sheet, too. This one says, John is the most reasonable person at this station. All caps, how do you not wash your feet every day? Disgusting.
Wow. I didn't think a lot of people did.
Another one says, if you have skin wherever, all caps, wash it, all caps. Not washing your feet every day is all caps insane.
Really?
Insane, Heather. We're insane people.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Not washing your feet is nasty.
I'm surprised. I'm not necessarily surprised at any of the dudes that may say I'll skip the foot wash, but I'm surprised, Heather.
Shoot, maybe I shouldn't have admitted that on the radio.
So some of the women
You're
have
an
to-
open book.
Come on, they got to they have your back on this. It says, wash your feet, savages. I gain so much respect for John. Heather and Jim are disgusting. Wash your feet. OMG, you don't wash your feet. You let soap and gravity do the job. You sound like a 13-year-old boy.
I cannot be the only woman that does not wash their feet every shower. Does your wife wash her feet every shower?
I'll ask her after the show. I'll figure out. I'll text her. I don't know if she's awake.
I know my husband doesn't. Colin does not wash his feet every shower.
Wait, you don't know if she's awake?
She's probably awake by 9,
Okay.
but she likes to sleep in. Work from home, so you push it right up until that. It's 9. She's awake now. But texter says, toe jam, toe jam, toe jam. Wash them feets. That's from Railroad Rich.
Toe jam.
Apparently, we have a lot of toe jam.
Yeah.
No.
Things that shouldn't have to be said, but apparently we do. Wash your feet and wash your butt. Nate the plumber.
Yeah, I have a clean crack. Or crevice, as it's been so aptly named.
Shower every morning. Wash everything, especially your feet, your butt, your pits, your privates. Gross if you don't watch any of those areas daily. That's from Dan.
Wow.
I don't think
Is there
feet are
anybody
feet
in
are
there
not on the same level
in support
as us.
of us, Jim? No, there's nobody that says, "Yeah, I'm in the same boat as you."
Well,
Everyone says they wash their feet
on Twitch,
every
there's
single shower. I don't believe it.
Yeah,
find
on
one that
Twitch,
defends us.
on Twitch, there is a lot of support for washing your feet, but there is one, and you put the shout out for any woman. So I'm guessing Rise Gill 12 is a female. She
Okay.
says hashtag Team Heather.
Thank you.
So there's you and one other.
That's all I needed. That's all I needed. That's all I needed.
Still not a majority.
No, that's okay.
Heather, you challenged me. I'll hand you both these sheets. Am I missing a positive text? This one says, now we know why Colin is so confrontational and angry.
Yeah.
He's
My
got to
feet
smell
stink.
Heather's feet. Find me one positive agrees with us text in there. That is everything Tom sent. There might
Oh,
be
man.
one at the bottom, maybe?
Is that even something that, we talked about the whole comments about, when your wife or your significant other comes home and, you've had the hair done, you got to, or they ask you that question. Is this one where
Well-
you're just walking around the house with stinky feet and your significant other just doesn't say anything, just grins and bears it?
Don't socks help with odor protection?
I think so.
Or they can multiply it if
They're not. You wash your socks.
This
Well, you wash your socks. Yeah, why not wash your feet?
The closest one. Oh,
I
sorry.
want clean feet slipping into those socks. It feels a lot better. It's a feel.
As long as the socks are clean, that's the feel. Like
Gotta
putting your feet into used socks. Ugh.
Gotta have both.
Yeah. This is the only one that's kind of
Yeah,
close. It doesn't
it's not
say
like you can turn
either
those
or.
inside out.
No, this one says it's actually healthier to occasionally walk around barefoot outside and expose your feet to the natural environment. They don't say they wash or don't wash, so I'll say it's in support. There's
Yes, go with that.
yeah. Tell yourself.
I do
that,
like
Heather.
walking around barefoot. No question about that, but I do have the confidence that whether socked or unsocked, shoe or unshoed, I'm going to wash my feet.
Jason Kelsey wanted us to bring this up. He wanted our opinions and he wanted your opinions. So we're letting Jason Kelsey program this block of radio. 248-539-9797. He says it's a diabolical lie that you need to wash the soles of your feet daily. He does not. Heather does not. I don't. Everybody else on the show does. They're all very clean and well put together people. Sanitary people.
All right, so the correct answer here is that actually me, John, and Greg are wrong because you've done it. You've done it all your life, Jim and Heather, and you're okay.
Yeah.
Nothing's wrong. Their feet don't smell, I don't think.
I don't
Oh,
think
we
my
could
feet
test
smell.
it. John, you should test it on Twitch. You can.
I am wearing sandals
No, all
today.
kidding aside. This is
I
what
know.
you're. The right or wrong
that's
answer.
That's why I have the candle.
right.
That's for those on Twitch that can see.
It's what you're comfortable with is what the right answer is. So it's personal choice, but there isn't no real right answer. If there's a real right answer here, it's Jim and Heather are correct. Because I don't think you guys have had like bacterial issues, flesh-eating diseases.
Never. Nope.
This might be the text of the day. Morning, guys. I'm sure there's a lot of these texters, but they're just too lazy to text in, just like they're too lazy to wash their feet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And one says, Detroit sports owners, take notice. We're talking about perfect attendance and washing our feet this morning. Please give us some winners. Please.
Yeah.
We'll talk the Pistons briefly next. They did make the move that we all were begging for. What's next? It's 97.1.
Ideal You will help you lose weight fast. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days using real whole foods. And that means you can be 40 pounds lighter before you got to put that bathing suit on for the first part of this season. That's 40 pounds before summer really gets going. And school's going to be out soon. Summer will be rocking and rolling. You want to lose some weight? Now's the time to do it. Sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss programs. It works and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days. I lost 60 pounds overall with Ideal You. And it's not shakes, bars, or prepackaged food. The reason I've been able to keep that weight off is because you're going to eat real whole foods every single day. So it's easy to maintain once you've reached your goal. And Ideal You works because they teach you what to eat and drink to lose weight. You're in contact with a weight loss coach on a daily basis. They want to support you to reach your goals. And once you've reached your goal, they teach you how to keep that weight off. Ideal You will help you lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days. And I can tell you it's true because, like I said, I lost 10 in the first 10 days and I've lost 60 pounds overall. I've been able to keep it off. Sign up now and get a $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us.
All right, guys, weather is looking better and better. You guys are planning trips to head up north for the summer. Now's the time to get to Moran Chevrolet to make sure you're all set with a new set of wheels. Right now, you can lease a 2024 Equinox LT for $289 a month. That's $999 down for 36 months. Pick up your new ride, or they'll deliver it directly. That easy. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Check them out, moranexpress.com, or on Gratiot north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. All right, an attempt to talk about a couple sports things today. It's been that kind of day.
Mm-hmm.
You guys been all fired up about perfect attendance and
Yes. Again,
feet washing.
Congratulations.
Torkelson, Weaver, couple notes from the weekend. Let's talk Troy Weaver. John, he's gone. He can't hurt us anymore.
He gone.
Trajan Langdon, that was the first move everybody said he needed to make. It was the obvious move. Where did it go wrong for Troy Weaver? As we look at the dead body here and perform the autopsy on the radio, what's the cause of death?
Well, I think there's a number of things. You could look at his very first draft and taking Killian Hayes versus Tyrese Halliburton. We know what he was able to do, and the Pacers didn't draft him. They traded for him, but he's had a nice start to his career. He was in the playoffs, and Killian Hayes is nowhere to be found. You look at the rest of that draft, and we were excited at that time because we had a general manager that was showing some aggression, going out there, getting guys that he wanted and spending draft capital to get it done. None of those guys, other than Isaiah Stewart, are still on the team. Sadiq Bey, he traded away for nothing, and there's just no production from it. And then some of it was not necessarily his fault. They won the lottery. They got Cade Cunningham, but Cade has been hurt for different stretches of his career. Last year, he only played in 12 games and missed the entire season. And so that's not, I'm not going to put that one on him for a guy getting hurt, but he constructed this team in such a way, whether it was trying to reclaim former lottery picks and getting something out of them, or going big on big guys that can't shoot, and too many big guys, too many guards, not enough forwards. It felt like he was building a team back in the 80s or 90s versus what is modern basketball today, and that is chuck it from deep and play defense. And that's not, and defense is, we're only seeing that in the NBA,
in spurts?
Well, in the playoffs.
Yes, when it's crunch time.
Yeah.
And the Pistons haven't had games that matter enough to really have crunch time. You could go all the way back, you're right, trace it to his first draft. Halliburton, though, I think would have struggled without support around him.
Sure.
And I think that's ultimately what did Troy Weaver in. Is I think if you would have asked people a little over a year ago, there still was a semi-positive feeling. You had Cade, you had Ivy, you had Duren. They just needed to tie it together, and they finally had cap space. Instead, they took on Joe Harris' contract for a favor to the Nets. Still don't understand that. And then they drafted Asar Thompson, who in a vacuum may have been the best player available, but you don't eventually have to get guys that fit. At no point did it seem that Troy Weaver was concerned with whether or not the five guys on the floor could play basketball with each other, which, call me crazy, I thought was the whole job. You take a couple guys who you think you can build around, Cade being the gift with the number one pick. Did they ever really put shooting around them? I think you could actually trace it back to the Sadiq Bey trade, February 12th, 2023. And not that Sadiq Bey is a great player, but trading for James Wiseman, a center who can't shoot, a project for a wing who at least could shoot a little bit, it showed a complete disregard for roster construction. And that would only play out later in the summer of 2023, and that's when I think the wheels fell off. They didn't support their team with shooting. They didn't build a team. They drafted a couple guys who looked good in workouts. You had to build a team. Yeah. And John, I would point to Weaver, and this is a stretch that's pretty brutal. You talk about it when you took over in mornings. We were in rebuild city, Stoney's Word. Bob Quinn.
All in different phases.
Al Avila. And now we've seen, Restore failing with Troy Weaver. Weaver's the worst of that bunch. Weaver may be the worst in the history of Detroit sports. We'd have to throw in Matt Millen and ask that question, but where do you put Weaver all time?
I would put him as the worst. We're talking about just the last 10 years.
Last 10 years, we'll start there.
It's when he took over. Did he take over an organization that was built to start winning? No. He was going to have to do that himself. And whether it was through poor draft picks, lack of ability of spending or identifying talent, they, through 4 years, went from bad to historically bad in terms of Pistons standards. And this is a franchise. Not every franchise has won an NBA title. Not every franchise has won multiple NBA titles. The Pistons have, and they're a very proud franchise. In fact, he even used these words. It's not a rebuild, it's a restore. And restoring to what fans expect, and that is competing for championships. And he failed on all accounts. And he failed so badly that they are worse now than they have ever been in the history of the Detroit Pistons.
And you love this stat. Is it 3 of the worst 6 seasons?
Yeah, in franchise history were under his guidance.
And again, year 1 or 2, you tank, you bottom out. Year 4 being the worst only cements it. He had a worse win percentage than even Matt Millen did. So it's why I think not only the worst in the last 10 years, all-time worst.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Millen built 0-16, right? Pistons didn't go over, but they did lose 28 in a row, the longest in NBA history. It's a 1A, 1B for the worst all time in the history of Detroit sports.
Yeah. Hey, before we get to Heather's news.
Yeah, hey.
We have breaking news.
Yeah.
So make sure you come back at 9:35, and I'll tell you what that breaking news is.
You give me the
big
sport that it's in.
NFL news.
Breaking
NFL news in the division.
Okay, I will look that up, and we'll talk to Heather about the news. Heather, what's up?
Steve Miller. He thanked Eminem for sampling him in his new single Houdini. He said, quote, "To be included in your process feels good while I'm still singing and playing the music I love. I am honored." And it is pretty cool. And if you haven't heard it, he is sampling Abracadabra. So here's a little sampling of the music.
So he's not talking about himself in the third person. He's singing about himself in the third person.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah. I thought it was cool.
I did too. Justin Timberlake stopped his show in Texas to help a fan who looked like they were in need of some medical attention. And this has been going on a lot more in recent years where these performers are actually putting a break on their performance to make sure members of the audience are doing okay. So he was performing Saturday night at the University of Texas at Austin. And during his show, he shouted for the house lights to come up because he saw somebody that was in distress. He did apologize to the crowd for kind of putting the pause on everything. But he pointed to this fan who was about 5 rows from the stage, and event staff rushed in pretty quickly. Ultimately, it turns out it wasn't anything too serious. Paramedics weren't called in. And then he got back on with the show, but kind of nice to see people care about other people and make sure everyone's in good health there. You guys sipping on a margarita this summer could actually be dangerous.
No, don't tell me this.
Yeah, if you're spending time out in the sun, drinking a margarita can lead to an extremely painful skin condition called phyphotodermatitis. And it's this form of an extreme sunburn that's commonly known as margarita burn. And it really all comes down to the limes. Apparently, these limes contain high levels of this phototoxic agent, and if the lime juice drips on your skin, let's say you're having a little too many, you spill some of your margarita on yourself, or you're preparing the margarita and you get lime juice on your skin, and then you go in direct sunlight, it could put you at risk for like an extreme burn. I'm not talking like a regular sunburn, but like blistering burns. And then they say after those blisters heal, you could be left with brown, like hyperpigmented patches that could take weeks or even months to kind of go away.
Okay, so don't suntan with lime juice, but like if you have a margarita outdoors, which is where a margarita should be consumed.
If you drip some on your feet, you should make sure to wash it off.
Very true, yes.
There's nothing worse than the tops of your feet.
I was just going to say that. That is the worst place to get a sunburn because everything hurt. The shoes hurt.
Oh. Disagree. I think it's under like the
under what?
The like.
Please finish that sentence.
The knee pit.
What are you tanning?
The knee pit?
Oh.
Because then
The
you
knee
can't
pit.
bend your knee.
Yeah,
The
but
knee pit.
Yes.
but you can but you can wear shorts.
I
You
needed to
don't
make sure I
have to
said
put
it right.
fabric over that. The knee pits, the shoes
Yeah.
though. You're wearing
You
shoes.
can't, can't wear flip flops. You can't
Yeah.
wear shoes. You can't wear socks. You can't do anything. The tops of your feet. I don't wear a lot of sunblock, but I always put sunblock on the tops of my
It's
feet.
the worst. I
I
also
wash them
once
off.
had a pretty bad sunburn on my eyelids.
Oh, what?
And it was the worst. Like you couldn't even like walk out into the heat because it hurt so bad.
How did you even do that?
Fell asleep, right?
Yeah, just laying. I mean, this is back in the day when I was like a huge sunbather and just would lay out, and I got torched, and it hurt. Yeah, exactly. And
I
then
guess that's one area where even if you put
wouldn't
sunblock on your
apply.
face, you wouldn't necessarily apply it to your eyelids.
unless you're doing the spray kind.
and it sprays on your
Right.
I always do the spray, so maybe that's why I haven't had that issue.
See, I don't usually.
I prefer the spray.
Now I do, but not always. Do you guys know the trademark for Pringles? Their little like
The
slogan.
mustache guy?
Well, yeah, not their trademark, but
Oh,
their,
but like
their
the
slogan.
phrase?
Yeah.
What is it?
Once you pop, you can't stop.
Okay.
So there's a guy in the UK that was just arrested last week after he stole 17 tubes of Pringles.
Oh,
And what was his excuse to police?
he popped and
What?
couldn't stop.
Exactly. That's exactly what he told
It's
police.
their fault. It's
Right.
advertising.
Police didn't really care. The guy admitted to the theft, and he was charged with 2 counts of burglary and three counts of theft. Three
What was he charged with?
3 counts of.
of theft. Yes.
Great way to punctuate the news, Heather. Good stuff as always. John,
No problem.
John has, and I can't wait to see this
I've got
myself.
2 things of breaking news. It just keeps pouring out on a Monday.
Of course, as we're getting off the air, so that Doug and Scott can. Yeah, okay, fine.
One of us is more major than the other.
Okay, one of them at least is NFL, NFC North news. We'll get to that next. 97.1.
Hey, we know that the NBA finals are here. The Stanley Cup is finally set, so why not watch them and dive into the best pool in history? That's Stadium Swim, and it's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall, high-definition screen. That's Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all your sporting events. They've got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop party every single day. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today because it's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All righty, here we go. FanDuel. I don't know the numbers of these, so the NBA Finals are here, and FanDuel's giving you a chance to win alongside the champions because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 to use on things like same-game parlays, live bets, and so much more. So again, new customers, $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. And it's the Mavs and the Celtics. Mavs struggle with the Celtics all year, so you make your decision where you want to put your hard-earned money. There's no better place to bet all the finals action than America's #1 sportsbook. Just go to FanDuel.com/Jansen to get started and take a shot at an extra $200. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. And number 2. The NBA playoffs are full steam. is expected to sign his extension, and it is for 4 years, $140 million, $110 million guaranteed, and that puts him as the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL.
More than any other tackle, any other edge rusher, certainly any other receiver.
Mm-hmm.
The highest paid non-quarterback in football. Now, Justin Jefferson.
Going to be in Minnesota, going to be in division, because we kind of were wondering if he was okay with having a rookie quarterback or Sam Darnold, either one, and wondered why the extension hadn't been done. Now we have the answer. They were just working on how much that extension was going to be worth. And Amon-Ra St. Brown went from being the highest paid receiver. A few days later, A.J. Brown signed in Philly and surpassed him. And now we've seen that Justin Jefferson is surpassing both of them. So he is now the third highest paid receiver in the NFL.
Where does he rank in the NFL to you? You said some consider him the number one receiver.
I think Justin Jefferson is, when healthy, the best receiver in all of football.
Yeah, he had 1,000 yards in only 10 games last year. And the year before that, he had 1,800 yards. He's been incredibly productive since he jumped out in his first season.
Yeah.
Right behind him is probably guys like CeeDee Lamb, Amon-Ra St. Brown, guys who were all pros last season.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase.
Yeah, he'd be right there.
If,
just
Burrow's
go back
healthy,
to that.
I think he'll have a, yeah.
Go back to that, LSU team with Chase, Jefferson, and Burrow as a quarterback. I mean, that was an unbelievable collection of talent. And now you're seeing it pay off, obviously, in the NFL.
Yeah. They were loaded.
He's a guy that, I don't want to say uncoverable, but in large part, he is. He's a guy that's going to get his numbers. And so when you're defending against the Minnesota offense, you kind of got to decide, well, are we just going to allow him to get his? Try and keep him out of the end zone, but he's going to rack up yards and defend everybody else?
Well, and it just supports what the Lions did this offseason. Jefferson's in division. You didn't know how long, but there's a reason to believe they were always going to get this deal done. So how are you going to deal with him? Well, you trade for Carlton Davis.
Mm-hmm.
You draft a corner in the first round in Terrion Arnold, and then you draft another corner in the second round in Ennis Rakestraw. The idea here was they needed to reimagine that position group, no matter who they played, but especially in a division that has Justin Jefferson.
Well, not only Justin Jefferson, and I mean, his numbers are going to be good no matter who's throwing the ball. I think they'll be a little bit stunted this year because it's either Sam Darnold or J.J. McCarthy, and you're trying to figure out what type of offense, how effective they're going to be, and it'll kind of be the same thing in Chicago. But if you're drafting to defend against division opponents, how about DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze? Like, that's why you go out and improve the secondary. You had to improve the secondary because it was bad to begin with, but you had to improve the secondary. The sense of urgency had to be there because if you want to attain all of the things that you want to attain, this is a passing league. You got to be able to defend the pass, pressure the quarterback, but you got to be able to defend these type of receivers in division. You better have a good secondary.
Well, and then zoom out, because not that the Lions are over and done that, but hey, been there, done that, won a division. Now the goal is to win a Super Bowl. Who are the biggest threats in the NFC, and who are their receiver rooms? I would make the case the Eagles are at the top of that list. You disagree? That's fine. They're certainly in the conversation.
Yeah,
they have two highly paid receivers in Brown and Devontae Smith. Look at San Francisco, who many people say, hey, that's the reigning NFC champion. Ayuk and Debo. You're going to have a good corner room, not just in your division, but to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and you've got to be able to put out multiple different personnel groups, because not only is it Ayuk and Samuel, but it's also a very effective tight end in Kittle. And when healthy, Hawkinson, we can argue and he could be kind of a hot button here because of where he was drafted here, but you pair him along with Justin Jefferson, and he could be a threat for that offense. So you've got to be able to put out multiple different personnel groups to try and defend the passing attacks of these other offenses.
Some ticket text. JJ won't be worth the money once JJ throws in the ball only 3 times a game.
I think he'll be running a different offense at the next level. I expected to throw the ball more.
This one doesn't make sense. How much of a cut does Connor Stallions get from Jefferson? mean, guys, I like a good Connor Stallions joke. I don't. That's reaching.
I know. Is he going to Minnesota with JJ? I guess that's the inference.
I don't know. Because that's the only reason JJ was any good. But why are we like? Okay.
So, but here's the other thing about, and it's kind of the irony of Amon-Ra St. Brown being a highest paid receiver, and then 2 days later he's not, and then being knocked down another one. We all knew this was going to happen. It's the same thing with Jared Goff's contract. Everybody was, he's the second highest paid quarterback. Well, it's going to be a matter of time before others pass him and pass Joe Burrow and pass, Patrick Mahomes, pass
John,
all of these different players that are right up there as well.
Jared Goff's contract doesn't really kick in until 2026.
And by that time, he's going to be probably 7 or 8.
It technically kicks in 25, but the way it was allocated is his salary is going to be reasonable this year, which was already on his current deal, and the following year. So by 2026, when his number is bloated, the cap will have gone up twice. Mm-hmm. Another handful of quarterbacks will have been paid, and he'll probably be about 6 or 7. And that's why, to me, it wasn't about the amount. It was I just wanted to know he was the guy. I needed to see that he was the guy. People get caught up in who's the highest paid, and your point is it's fleeting. It only lasts a couple days, couple weeks, certainly within a couple of years, it's a completely different ballgame. Ticket Sector says A.J. Brown and Jay Jetta's getting paid. Sounds like St. Brown's going to need to create another list.
I'm sure he will. I mean, and I said that's when he was signed, when Penei Sewell was signed, and Jared Goff. You are instantly either overpaid or underpaid. And I mean, we could make that argument throughout the course of the next 3 or 4 years as these guys continue to play and other guys are signed, but you're either going to – nobody's ever making exactly what they're worth. And that sometimes comes down to the perception of the player and their own perception. Am I being underpaid? Should I be paid more than A.J. Brown? Do I want to prove that I'm already underpaid? That's part of the mindset.
Tom in Flat Rock says, I was already okay with what they paid St. Brown because he's worth it, but the last 2 weeks have made me feel even better. Mm-hmm. So St. Brown is what, $30 million a season?
Yeah.
Jefferson is on average $35 a season.
His guarantee is more than Amon-Ra's actual contract.
And I'm not going to fight that Jefferson's the better receiver, but is he that much better? Did they overpay? Are we getting a better deal? I mean, St. Brown was an all-pro last season, mm-hmm. and he's everywhere you want him to be in all the big spots. Yards after the catch, third downs, sure-handed, few drops.
Yeah,
it's weird to say $30 million is a steal, but I get Tom's point on the ticket text. If Jefferson's 35, St. Brown's a steal at 30.
Well, I would agree. And I mean, the salary cap's going to continue to go up. I think a lot of the discussion about Amon-Ra St. Brown, Penei Sewell, as well as Jared Goff, as we continue to move down the road and the cap goes up, other guys signed, we're going to look at it and say, these were good contracts. And now they obviously have to prove that they're good contracts. They're going to go out and play. But I think we all believe that they will. The other breaking news.
Yes.
Is also in the NFC, not the NFC North, but the Giants are expecting that their tight end, Darren Waller, is likely to make a decision on his future before next week's group of OTAs or minicamps. And the report is, and it's coming from Jordan Ronan, that he's going to retire from the NFL. So they're going to be down a really good tight end going into next season.
Did you see the music video we put out last week? You were on vacation.
No, yes. That wasn't in my to-do list.
Heather, do you want to describe it to John?
I didn't see the whole thing, but it was all on auto-tune. It was very, but it was kind of sad, and it
looked like Kelsey Plum, his ex,
he
was
had
being
like a stand-in.
It was very sappy, sad auto-tune.
Oh, is he upset that they're no longer together?
I would imagine that is.
It was like a sad love song, kind of. I didn't listen to the lyrics.
It was kind of a Taylor Swift-esque.
No! I mean,
well, yeah, but she writes songs about exes, and this one was
careful.
Just,
the Swifties will come after you.
It's nothing like Taylor Swift, but yes,
well,
in
she's
that
taking
aspect.
shots at her exes, where this one is
a little sappier, I think.
Yeah,
I can play it for you while we got a couple minutes here, and we'll come back and we'll end the show with Torkelson stuff.
Okay, you don't have to.
Ticket Texter says, couple more. Says, spoken like people who aren't bald, the top of your head is the worst place to get a sunburn. Tom, can you confirm?
Oh, zero doubt, especially you got a little point on the top of it.
Yeah.
It's out a little bit more, sort of like a kneecap.
The tip.
Yeah.
The tip.
You don't want to get burned on the tip.
And this one says, how can Costa sit in a chair like that? Please ask him. I didn't realize that was I sitting weird when this was sent in? Like,
I would say you're sitting attentively, meaning you are not sitting back. You're right. You're engaged. Thank you. Thank you for doing your job.
Oh, you're sitting up straight?
Yes.
Oh.
Shoulders square?
After working with somebody that was hunched over for 25 years, I like it.
Anyway, Torkelson, and I'll get your reaction to Waller next, 97.1.
Hey, Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone where anyone, and that means anyone and everyone, you included, can feel comfortable and work out on their fitness goals. And Planet Fitness is where you can build a lasting, active lifestyle. It's a squeaky clean gym. It's a judgment-free zone. If you're short on time, no problem. They've got the full-body workout in just 30 minutes at the Planet Fitness 30-minute Circout. And here's the other thing. Right now, going on, it's $1 down and $10 a month. Save big when you join the judgment-free zone. Join Planet Fitness today for just $1 down, and you can cancel at any time. That's right, you heard it. Just $1 down gets you into Planet Fitness. Free fitness training equipment for every workout and never intimidating. Join today and get energized, and don't wait because the deal will end soon. And if you want more, you want all the perks, upgrade to the Planet Fitness Black Card membership and enjoy all the amenities such as unlimited use of the Black Card Spa featuring hydro massage chairs, total body enhancement, tanning is also included, along with access to over 2,500 locations. So if you travel, there's always going to be one near where you're at, and you get unlimited guest privileges. And here in Metro Detroit, there's a number of ones all over Metro Detroit, 50 of them that you could choose from. They've got new strength equipment in Bloomfield Township, Redford, and Chesterfield. New cardio equipment in Milford, Dearborn, Michigan Avenue, and Mount Clemens. So stop into a Planet Fitness, see what you can get. $1 down, $10 a month. Planet Fitness, judgment-free zone, planetfitness.com.
John, I believe I've recreated the position that they wanted to know how I was sitting this way.
Yeah.
Texter says his leg was crossed under his other leg. He was sitting on his leg. This is how I was sitting.
Hold on, I got to stand up.
It's a little different.
It seems uncomfortable.
It wasn't intentional. It just
I don't think I could do that. Like Heather did that the other day. Well, I'm sure you can because you could sit in your chair with your.
Oh, yeah,
like
you
in
can get your whole
position.
body into the chair. But yeah, Ticket Texter said, why does Costa sit that way? I don't know the answer.
It's just comfortable.
I'd have to.
You have longer legs.
Yeah, I'd have to have a little bit of a lean into it, and it's very uncomfortable. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. any
Anyway,
longer.
to Tom's point, at least it's good posture.
Yes, from the hips up.
Your verdict on Darren Waller.
I honestly.
I played it for you. At least part of it.
Oh, the song?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking about him retiring.
I was sure.
The song. It was.
Player.
Okay. I'm not one to necessarily make judgment because it's not the style of music that I would choose to listen to. It's very much nails on a chalkboard to me.
He's pouring his soul out, John. How can you say that?
Just okay. He's doing
He's heartbroken.
his thing.
He's
He's obviously heartbroken. Was that his high school Letterman's jacket that he was wearing?
I might have been. I don't know.
It just seemed very.
They're
very
like in an open meadow,
sad.
and someone was playing Kelsey Plum in the video. You saw the video and heard some of the lyrics.
Yeah, it's bad.
A lot of auto-tune. Yeah. Anyway, he is retiring. That is the belief.
That's the belief that he will retire as of next year. What was nobody is saying the reason. I know that he has been contemplating it. Was it because of injury?
Probably he's been banged up. I assumed it was injury, wear and tear on the body.
It'll be interesting to. I think it's funny anytime Giants news comes out. And, yeah.
What does Valenti think? He sucks anyway. Get him out of here.
Yeah. Typical
I actually
Giants.
I thought that could have been a decent move for them a year ago when they added him. Just never panned out.
It never did. Yeah, I mean, he missed a lot of last year due to injury, and he is a very talented tight end, one of the best when healthy. It kind of feels like now like he's not really into playing football. He's got other endeavors that he would like to pursue.
A musician. Things we talked about today. Spencer Torkelson, if you missed it, Odyssey app, Odyssey Rewind. A couple times during the show, we talked about him being sent down to AAA. Justin Henry Malloy gets the call. It felt like the writing was on the wall. They did everything they could to make it work with Torque, but when he took a nosedive this week, at some point you got to have a guy on the team who's contributing.
Yeah.
And if
it's not getting any better sitting next to AJ.
If you bench him, but you can't use him as a pinch hitter. You're using Rodgers instead yesterday.
Yeah.
He only plays one position, so it's not like he's a defensive, flexible, chess piece for AJ.
Are they going to have to come up with a different home run celebration since that was his?
I think they're going to keep it. It's a fair question. We also talked about, unprompted, kind of just randomly got into perfect attendance and whether it's overrated or not. And we talked about whether or not you wash your feet. Now, John, this is what people want us to ask Doug and Gator.
Yeah, they want to know of the two of them, who washes their feet. I know Kang is back there now. Kang, when you shower, do you wash your feet?
Thumbs up.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so
Jason Kelsey does not and says it's a diabolical lie that you have to wash the soles of your feet.
Neither does one Jim Costa.
Evan does too.
And Heather Park does not wash her feet.
Get the whole name, John.
you know what that is?
I said Jim Costa.
Neither does Jim Costa.
I said Jim Costa first.
But Heather, people aren't surprised by me.
I'm singling you out.
They're surprised by you.
Pairing you with Jim. I'll even include Jim Cookies Costa. Does not wash his feet. Yeah. Evan does, as well as Kang. And Tom, you do. Greg does. I do. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 right now to 2. So even if Doug and Gator say
we're overruled,
no, yeah, you guys lose.
It's a little unbelievable.
This is like your feet.
The bottom of your feet.
Do you wash your feet every single shower?
Who is that? I had no idea.
Yes, every single shower.
You take a loofah or a washcloth and you scrub the soles of your feet.
Or just your hand.
Or my hand, yes. But yes, I always, you know what I'm guessing here? Heather,
please guess away.
Stink?
No, I don't think that my feet ever stink. My shoes don't smell.
Okay, that might be the difference. Because my feet, these dogs will bark if you don't clean them. And there's nothing, there's nothing worse than that smell.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because it permeates through your shoes eventually.
Yes.
My shoes don't stink. I smelled.
At
I
least nobody's
smelled
ever told
feet.
you. Yeah.
If your
I
kid
think
is
you would
not a
smell.
teenager yet,
Listen
wait
to
till
this.
your sons hit like 13, 14, 15, and they first realize
Oh yeah.
that they better wash their feet every day.
Yes.
Because it's a rude awakening when you're like, what's that smell? Is that you? Oh, it's awful.
Gator, are you a foot washer?
I am. I wouldn't say every time I'm in the shower, but
Thank
quite
you.
often, yeah.
Thank you. I needed one more person.
Yes. Well, quite
I mean,
often
it's-
is more than
Yeah.
only when I shave my legs.
I didn't say no. I shave my legs pretty much every time I shower, so
Oh.
I should be washing my feet every single time. I only wash my feet when I know I've gotten them really dirty. Like when I've been like out in flip flops and I'm walking through like, a dusty field,
Dusty field. Come on.
dirty grass.
Dusty feet.
Dirty grass.
This is like a country singer. Dusty
Yes.
field.
Yeah, dusty field followed up by dirty grass.
Well, the reason I thought of that was like when I used to work at Comerica Park.
Yeah.
When I'm walking out of the field, like your feet get so dusty out there. You have to wash your feet.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I don't always walk in dirty places.
Well,
The thought
The
was
red
gravity.
carpet.
and your
The
Obviously,
is
the
that
red
they get
carpet's
clean.
always rolled out.
They get clean as I wash my body, and all of the soap just trickles down to the feet.
Yeah. The gravity defense.
let me ask you this, Heather. Let's say back in your single days dating life, smelly feet, deal breaker, right?
Oh,
Deal breaker.
yeah.
Yeah, this is why we wash our feet every day.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
What a horrible reason to have a relationship end because your feet
Feet stink.
all right?
That's it. Bad breath and stinky feet.
Well, yeah, that's yeah.
Yep,
No, that
always
was a
have gum.
Summer of '93. What? Kidding.
What should people look forward to?
We're actually on the road, and we'll tell you where we are today at 10:02. You can see us on Twitch and YouTube as we're at Oakland Hills today, which
Oh,
Oh.
there goes the.
You
There goes
ruined
the
it.
tease.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
Doug.
yeah,
Doug?
I did.
a little
I actually
premature.
did that. I'm new here. We'll talk about Torque, Champ and Chomp. Lots to get into today. A weekend to recap the Detroit Grand Prix. Troy Weaver's done, and much, much more.
Karsten Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello, Scott.
Hello, Doug.
How are you?
I'm fairly better than you are today.
Yeah.
Things
Kind of
didn't get off to a good start?
No, not off to a great start. First of all, I left my laptop at home, which is brilliant because I forgot we were on remote. I remember we were on remote, so I wore the station uniform here, our Odyssey 3/4 zips that they got us. But then I forgot, the laptop, and when I left the station, I forgot a pen, pulled one out of my car, and immediately it exploded and ink went down and probably ruined these pants. But
Yeah,
now I got a big ink blotch right in the front that I tried to wash off, and now it looks like I urinated on myself. It's just right? I mean, here, maybe I can show the camera.
Yeah, please. Let's get
that?
Oh, here we go.
You see that right there? How's that look? Yeah, it is for people watching online. There you go. Ink blotch on my pants now, a big wet spot on my pants, and that's off to a great start. So, how about that for a start to the week?
Okay, well, if it makes you feel any better, there was a gentleman who was walked past here about 5 minutes ago, and he said good morning to us. And I combined how are you doing with how's it going.
Okay, I can't wait to hear how this came out. This is almost as good as nice.
And I don't think he quite got it, but I knew exactly what I said. He goes by and he says, good morning. I said, hey, how's it goon?
How's it goon?
How's it goon? I called him a goon. How's it goon?
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great.
Otherwise, it's okay.
Peak form today
Thank
for the
you.
Carson Anderson program. So we are here because it's the Flagstar Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic. We are doing our show from here. We will catch up with Dave Beechnaw from the Detroit Sports Commission about some of the events coming to Detroit at some point today, because we just wrapped up the draft. There's the Grand Prix, the Rocket Mortgage Classic. We got the Final Four coming to town, but Dave is responsible for some of these events, and we'll kind of find out. There's rumblings of an NBA All-Star game. Maybe that's a big announcement that we made today on Carson Anderson.
That'd be
maybe,
huge.
just maybe, we'll break some news.
Wow, that would be awesome.
Yep.
I like you calling the shot.
Yeah, but if you want to see the show, go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Same thing with youtube.com. How was your weekend?
It was fine.
Yeah?
Yeah. Got some stuff. I got some stuff done.
Yeah?
Doug.
Check some boxes?
I checked some boxes on was it Saturday or Sunday? I think it was Saturday. I decided it was time to get the power washer out.
Okay.
And kind of power wash some of the outdoor furniture and the back patio area
stuff.
Pavilion. Yeah, I did some man
power
stuff.
washer man stuff.
It was a little humiliating for me.
Why?
Humbling, I should say, not humiliating. Although it started to be humiliating. I was having
Were there witnesses?
No.
Can you be humiliated?
I can be humbled. This is why
not in front
I
of
changed
you.
it to humble.
No witnesses, right?
Right. Although now that I'm explaining the story, perhaps it will be humiliating.
Now that you're going public,
Yeah.
voluntarily telling of your humbling experience, it shifts to humiliating.
This
But
is
go
true.
ahead.
So I've only used the power washer once since I bought it a few years ago. So it's been a minute. So I bring it out and I'm trying to figure it out, and it's not terribly difficult, but I was trying to hook up a hose in the wrong connection. I guess I wasn't connected to a place it needed to be connected to, and I was getting
Did you
frustrated.
read the directions? I know you don't like to read.
I didn't even buy. I did a couple years ago, but so I wasn't. I was trying to figure it out, man. That's how guys do things. You know this.
Yeah.
So then I realized, I was wrong. Okay, I can do this. But I needed. I'm like, okay, I have 2 hoses in the backyard that were connected, so it gives me like 150 feet of hose length, to get to all parts of the yard, which was great.
A lot of hose. Gator's got a lot of hose.
Big hose.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, at some point in time, now it's down to 1 hose because I don't know if it was the landscapers or the pond guys that came in when they did their redoing of the pond, that only 1 hose. They disconnected the other one. I couldn't for the life of me figure out how to reconnect those hoses together. I must be missing a connection piece because they do not fit.
They're not the screw, they don't screw together?
No. I needed some kind of a piece that I could not find, so that was no good. I was getting very frustrated. I'd even sat in a chair trying to connect these things together, and it just wasn't happening. So eventually I just said, screw it, I'm just going to go with the 1 hose, and I'll be able to stretch as much as I can, whatever. And it was going to work enough. So then I go to connect the thing, and it's not really shooting out with a whole lot of pressure. I'm like, this is pathetic. I can use my regular hose and get better pressure than this. And then I realized I needed to do 1 more attachment, and then it was going to be better. And it was much better. But it took me a while.
Did it?
Took me a good half an hour to figure things out, and then once I did, I was good to go. And I washed that
Felt
stuff.
better about it?
I do feel better about it. Wash the cushions, wash the furniture, wash the pavilion area. I even a couple of tables, glass tables. Thanks, man.
Proud of you.
I got it done.
Proud of you.
I got it done. I got stuff done.
Gator doing some adulting, people.
Yeah. Went for a couple walks over the weekend.
Yeah.
Paid attention to the dog. I mean, it was a good weekend for getting stuff done.
Attaboy.
And I think it was born out of frustration from Friday night trying to watch the damn baseball game on Apple TV.
Plus, Apple Plus.
Let me tell you something, Apple. You suck. I've known for a long time that you suck. But here's why you suck even more. I am subscribed. Okay? I am subscribed.
Are we sure?
I am 100% sure because I've got a history of receipts that come in monthly to my email that let me know that I'm subscribed. So when I go to the apple.com or whatever to go ahead and try to watch or even just straight to my TV, there's an Apple app. Right, boom. Hit that. And it gets me to the page and says, "Hey, if you want to subscribe." I'm like, "I'm already subscribed. What am I doing this again?"
Is there a QR code?
There was some sort of QR code. I go ahead and nothing's
You filed the
working.
QR code and it didn't work?
Nothing's working, man, because the QR code just sends me to the link, and the link, although it says on the QR code, just enter this code. But there's nowhere once you get to that link to put in the code. It asks you to input your information, your user ID and your password and all this stuff.
Do you know your user ID?
Yes, I know all that. Because user ID is the email. Sorry, I'm not yelling at you.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not.
That's okay. I'm not mad.
So I'm going back and forth, and it's just it won't let me get to like a page that I can just watch it. Like I think I am. It says watch live. I'm like, yes, click on that, and then it gets right back to the subscribe page. Pay $9.95 a month or this. I'm like, I'm already subscribed. I'm going nuts again. So then I go to my computer, and I'm like, you know what, screw it. I'll just watch it on the computer. Probably better off anyway because that way I can watch TV and flip around while I'm watching the game. And the same thing is happening. I cannot get to like a real home page as if I'm already subscribed. It's treating me like I'm not, and I'm getting very, very frustrated. And then I went to the phone. I tried 3 different devices, struck out all 3 times. So Apple.
Whoa. Whoa.
Not the first time I've done that to Apple.
The double bird to the cameras. Kang, how much you want to bet on user error versus Apple error?
I tend to caution that way, lean that way.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I tried 3 different ways, and
none of it worked.
I double-checked. I went back to old emails to make sure. Here's your Apple receipt. So it's I am subscribed.
I can feel your frustration because there are certain apps like this weekend I went on and tried to cancel something. I'm not canceled yet. I spent all kinds of, when you have a subscription that you have to cancel after the trial. Actually, I paid for a month, went to cancel it, and after about 20 minutes I gave up. And I know already that they don't want to make it easy to cancel.
No, they don't.
It's like the Da Vinci Code, trying to figure out how to cancel this thing. And
was it cryptics? Is that what they call
it? They don't make it easy. So I'm gonna have to call someone, and I wasn't in the mood after 20 minutes. So I get it, my friend. All right, so probably the biggest news over the weekend is Spencer Torkelson and off to Toledo, which shouldn't come as a huge shock. We'll get into that and what happens next with Tork. Obviously, big news for the Tigers. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. I have a feeling I know who Gator's Chump is. We'll get to our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35. We'll take yours as well via phone calls and email. Champ and Chump at a weekend. Who should be singled out for having a great weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We'll get to all of your feedback on that. Your phone calls, anything on your mind, fair game. Got a Detroit Grand Prix to recap. Interesting event. Wonder how it went over with the people that were there. All that today here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Taking a look back at the weekend that was with the Detroit Tigers, and probably the biggest news, Spencer Torkelson sent to AAA Toledo. Champ and Chump, we'll get to our nominations today at 10:35. Just started accumulating yours, so get your Champ and Chump votes in, Champ and Chump of the weekend. But Gator, let's start with the Torque news. Your take.
It's not surprising. I think what was surprising over the last couple of weeks is how maybe defiant that A.J. Hinch had been about him not being sent down when he was asked constantly the question. And obviously he's in a horrible slump. He hit those home runs, and then we thought, okay, he's back to where he needs to be. And nope, not so much. Then he had a 3-hit game, and then nope, not so much. And it's for his last 16. And then he sits down 2 of 4 games in what should be, a pull hitter's paradise there with the Green Monster in Boston. So it made sense. And I can understand why it's Malloy that's called up. I think that's the interesting part to me is who gets the call up. And you could have gone one of maybe 3 or 4 different ways. You could have gone straight first baseman, brought up Hira, if that's what you wanted to do. But he's not hitting as well. You could have done Malloy, outfielder, sort of third baseman, but really outfielder DH is what he's done this year. You could have done Parker Meadows, brought him back up, the outfielder. Or you could have done Jace Young, bring up the third baseman. And any of those moves could have made sense because you could handle it by switching guys around. I mean, as it is, you didn't bring up a pure first baseman, so you're going to have to try different guys over there, whether it's Mark Canha or if it's Gio Urshela or others. They can switch them around to Andy Ibanez, and it's first base. But I would have liked to have seen Jace Young because he's the one who's hitting the best right now. He's got a great on-base percentage. He's hitting for some power as well, and just to continue the youth movement. But I understand why it would be Malloy. Malloy's a guy you got to take a look at. Right? I don't know how much longer you're going to want to have. I mean, he's got a ton of at-bats at the AAA level. So how much longer do you want to see him at AAA? You want to give him his opportunity. So I get it. I feel bad for Torque. Being 1-1, there's a ton of pressure on you to be the guy, and you certainly don't want to have that bust label on you. But, a few years into his career, the 31 homers last year, 95 RBIs was great, but he wasn't hitting. His batting average was low. But you can take that if you got that production. No production this year, just the 4 home runs, and he's hitting 201 at this point. Javi Baez is hitting better. Javi Baez, I think, has more RBIs as well. And Javi Baez is the most, despised individual on the Tigers by fans. I mean, He's the target, and Torque has gotten to that point. But he's still young, still has plenty of time to salvage his career, figure it out, and hopefully he'll take advantage of what's going on down there.
So there's a couple things about this. One is the Tigers are going to have to create a spot on the 40-man roster for Justin Henry Malloy, and so that means there'll be a corresponding move. They would have had to do the same thing with Jace Young. I mean, if they didn't want to do that, it could have been Buddy Kennedy, Ryan Valade, somebody like that. But whatever. I think it's time to test what Justin Henry Malloy is, at least from a hitting perspective, what he's bringing to the table. He's been around. He was one of the first acquisitions of Scott Harris, so that is kind of interesting. But as far as Torque is concerned, in recent memory in Detroit, there are examples of players that have gotten this treatment of, okay, much as expected, you're supposed to be a part of the everyday lineup, things aren't working out, and you send them to the minors and hope that there is some level of correction. The greatest example of success came with Max Scherzer. Yeah. Max Scherzer was part of the rotation back in, I believe it was 2005, and what year was it? You got that?
It was later than that.
It might have been 2010. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was 2010, not 2005. It was 2010. Anyway, he was an example of a guy, and when he got sent down, he had put together 4 outings where he'd given up 27 earned runs, okay, over 4 outings. Max Scherzer. He goes down to Toledo. He has 2 outings, 15 innings. He allows 4 hits. He comes back up, and he is now Max Scherzer.
Right.
And proceeded to be Max Scherzer and stayed Max Scherzer. And that is the example.
Kudos to Max.
Yes, as he liked to say. That becomes the example of when it works. This is the extreme example of success when when a player gets this treatment. Supposed to be a regular, sent to the minors. You got to work it out. Scherzer did. In Tork's case, everybody talks about the timing and now he's chasing when he never did earlier in his career. Like, there's all kinds of things that appear to be wrong with Spencer Torkelson. And so can he go to the minors and be the Max Scherzer? That's one extreme. Another extreme is guy, high pedigree draft, supposed to be good, gets sent down. Eric Munson. Okay, Eric Munson was here, and he got sent down, went to AAA, tried, was okay, came back and hit below 200, and then spent the rest of his career bouncing around. Got released by the Tigers, spent the rest of his career, released or trade, I don't remember, but he spent the rest of his career bouncing around to other major league teams and was up and down the rest of his career. It just never worked out. And so here are two extreme examples in the last 15-ish years where the Tigers tried with a player and tried to send him to AAA to see if they worked it out. And there are other examples. There's just two names I picked. But I feel like
you picked two good ones.
Yeah, they're two extremes of this is how it can work, and this is an example how it doesn't work. And the truth is, it's probably somewhere in the middle. I don't know that this is the last we'll ever see of Tork. I suppose it could be. And I don't know he's going to come back and turn into an all-star. But that's, of course, what we cross our fingers and hope. It's got to be discouraging for him. And you go down there and you go, all right, there's two ways you can sulk and you can – and I don't know if you choose to sulk. I mean, I think mentally I personally was never really strong mentally as an athlete. I would probably fall apart. But, well, I got my own scouting report. But if you're a professional athlete, you're just wired differently. And, you hope he goes down there and just kills it and just says, all right, my best thing to do is to get back there ASAP, as quick as possible, and help this team. So, we'll see which direction it goes.
Well, I mean, this is obviously more of an instructional type thing with him. He's got to get his swing line back in order. That's one of the things that A.J. Hinch talked about that's way out of whack for him. And obviously he's got talent. I mean, he was drafted 1-1 for a reason. He's got prolific power. If he can harness it, if he can figure it out, and right now he's a complete mess. So this is where you go to figure those things out and hopefully recharge his batteries, get him refocused, and find that swing line again.
Well, either way, at this point, I don't know that anybody would even come anywhere close to protesting Spencer Torkelson getting sent down. Now, as far as A.J. Hinch is, you talked about A.J. Hinch's commitment to him. It's a classic example of as long as my guy is here, whoever he is, and we're still giving him a chance, you have to support him because when you stop supporting him, you undermine his ability to get the job done, which can be a challenge. And so when the managers, when GMs and owners support embattled coaches or players who are struggling, when coaches support players who are struggling, and sometimes people don't understand how they possibly can support him. If you haven't given up yet, you have to support him. You have to say, hey, we're behind our guy and we think he'll be successful, and yeah, we're sticking with him. Because the moment you go, well, we don't know, but we're going to keep parading him out there and hope the light goes on, well, all you do is undermine that guy's success.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't bring him up until he's ready, until he's right again. I don't know if Malloy's going to stick. Like we mentioned earlier, there are other options that they have. They can go to. Akil Badu is up with this team right now, and now Justin Henry Malloy is up with this team. So we'll see if they can find some kind of offensive consistency. Yesterday was nice to see, but it was all from the top end of the lineup.
All right, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We've got a lot to get to, including our Champ and Chump nominations. We'll do that today at 10:35. It's Carson Anderson from the Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic at Oakland Hills. 97 won the ticket. Carson Anderson, 97, the ticket at Oakland Hills at the Flagstar Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, let's get to your phone calls. We go to Adam. You're on 97, the ticket. Hi, Adam.
Hey, good morning, guys. I
What's
was
up?
calling about Torkelson and his struggles, obviously. And there's one thing that I've thought of that no one has really brought up, and it's the absence of Miguel Cabrera. And, they both played for first base. Both, pretty well-known good hitters. Cabrera was there last year. Torkelson was hitting the ball hard, but kind of had unlucky, unluck, or he was not lucky or whatever. I wonder if that has anything to do with his struggles and maybe being lost. When a veteran player like Cabrera is on the bench, he can see things that other guys can't see. And I wonder if that has anything to do with Spencer Torkelson just being completely gone. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, first of all, you're right. I haven't heard anybody else say this, and that is an interesting theory. I mean, if Miggy is seeing anything, you would think that he'd be able to share it as it is. But, I mean, look, I don't – it could be. It could be in some way affecting him. Having Miguel Cabrera there and now not, it's a variable that I have not heard brought up. Although I feel like if there was something that Miggy saw, others are watching too. But maybe there was some. Yeah, but maybe
Miggy is retired. Maybe he's enjoying his family, enjoying his his life. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine he's a better hitting coach than what the Tigers have, just because of his pure talent that he obviously showed forever.
I guess I don't know that being a great hitter means you're a great hitting coach. I think there's ample examples of guys who could hit but couldn't coach.
Okay, yeah, but what I'm saying is what if he had tips? Tricks. Hey, man, this is what I'm seeing. Maybe step a little closer, a little back, whatever. I don't know. It's just a thought that came through my head. And
Adam, I don't want this to sound like an insult. It's not the worst theory I've ever heard. I think there might be something.
No, I've thought about that. The influence of having the Hall of Famer on the bench, even though he wasn't really contributing a whole lot to the team offensively last year or the last several years. But his presence is there. I mean, he is a leader on this team. He helps keep the guys loose, and maybe that's something that they needed. I don't know. I don't think it's a terrible idea. I wish that they, could figure some way to get through it. It's not just Torque. It's a lot of the guys that just aren't hitting. But it's a baseball-wide problem too. But it's more of a Tiger problem than it is a baseball-wide problem.
Well, I don't look at the Tigers roster and say that's a murderer's row. I mean, even yesterday when they put all the runs up in extra innings, I'm like, look at the guys getting this done. I mean, it was great, but I don't think they're striking fear in anybody's opposing pitching staffs. But until I think it's a roster problem more than it is a coaching problem. But everything is on the table when it pertains to Turk. Just about everything is on the table. I suspect that if Miggy was able to see something, the Tigers are currently employing people to be able to find the same thing.
Well, that's the thing, is you would hope that the hitting instructors they have, and there were, 3 of them with the Major League Club right now? I think they have 3 guys that help with the hitting. You assume that they're paid professionals that know what they're doing and have tried to work with Torkelson and others, and it's just not working.
Adam, thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Ticket text coming in from Nate the Plumber. He writes in, Champ, Javi Baez for his 2 RBI single in extra innings. Chump, Costa for not washing his feet. That was a weird conversation. I don't know what that was all about. I didn't even think this was something worthy of debate. But then again, I think as a guy, you get burned once by the sticky fake thing, and that kind of ends it. You wash your feet.
I mean, wash your feet.
Yeah, I don't know that I didn't realize this was a question. I didn't realize it was even considered that we were going over the top by washing our feet every day. All right, I think the biggest thing that happened this weekend is the $10 million in cap relief granted to the Lions for Cam Sutton. $40 million now. Can we please go get T. Higgins and win the Super Bowl? Sean in West Bloomfield. It's on our list of things to talk about today. Lions have the 3rd most cap space in the league, which is hard to believe given A, how good the roster is already, and B, the contracts they just signed. But in the context of this year, yes, there is an aggressive move still to be made somewhere. somewhere. I don't know where, but somewhere. And T. Higgins is a possibility. Justin Simmons is a possibility. I feel like war chesting for a trade deadline home run swing or two is possible. But you don't know. That's an unpredictable variable.
Well,
right?
it's a very unpredictable variable because you're obviously you don't know who you're going for, but it's you're also talking about giving up capital like draft picks to make that move, which is you never know what's going to happen with that.
248-539-9797. All right, time for our Champ of Chump nomination. Skater, my champ of the weekend is Connor McDavid. If you don't know why, go to our Twitter page at DunganGator971 and see the ridiculous Matrix other dimension move he made. Not quite sure how he pulled that off, but Connor McDavid with one of the more spectacular goals you will ever see as Edmonton advances to the Stanley Cup Final. He is my champ of the weekend. The NHL should flood North America with this highlight.
I agree with you 100%. That was a ridiculous goal by the best player in the league. He's amazing, and then assists on the other goal. It ends up being the game winner. And I'm happy for Edmonton. I'm glad to see that the best player in the league gets a chance to compete for a Stanley Cup. So I'm looking forward to that. My champion, unconventional. Somebody said it earlier. Javi Baez. Not only do they have the two hits, they have the hits yesterday with the big hit, I should say, that drove in the 2 runs. But defensively, the guy is a wizard at shortstop when it comes to – he's elite at this. Slapping the tag down on the guy trying to steal a base.
Yeah.
He's elite. I don't know. I mean, the speed of which he does it is amazing. And they gunned down a guy yesterday, and they weren't even sure they did it. Like, he wasn't like, oh, we got him. It wasn't sure. The replay showed that he did. He got him on that. And on top of that, I think he scored from first base on a double. It was a line drive double, by the way, off the wall in left center field. But Javi scored. The guy is a savvy baseball player. He just has a tendency to swing at bad pitches. More than a tendency. He has a problem swinging at bad pitches. But it was a good game for him yesterday to come up clutch late and then to come up with the other plays we mentioned there. I just thought it was a nice day for Javi.
My jump of the weekend is Chennedy Carter from the WNBA for her body check of Caitlin Clark. But in general, I am a little bit shocked of a sport that has something that's bringing new eyeballs to the league, and I feel like the WNBA is welcoming her with an elbow to the face, and figuratively and literally. And I don't know if it's some petty jealousies or what, but I think that league commissioner needs to step up and say, hey, we need to cut this out and welcome in new talent that people want to see play.
I mean, I don't remember LeBron James coming to the league getting bullied like this.
I don't know that you could.
It's like a Mean Girls situation, but it's entertaining. Makes every game entertaining, and Caitlin Clark didn't exactly respond when she had 3 points last night. So the fact that we know that she had 3 points last night tells you there's more interest in the WNBA than ever before. But I hear you there. My chump's just going to be simple. It's Tork over his last 16, no walks, and a strikeout. That's why he got sent down, and it's been a long time coming.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. My champ, Matt Vierling. My chump, Chennedy Carter.
Vierling's been a revelation lately. Last couple of weeks, he's been great.
Yeah, it's funny because there are players on your roster that I always think of, not a star player, but you could see how this guy could be beloved on a roster that has stars, and he's just kind of that next tier, That guy that you're like, yeah, I really like Rupert Jones. Like, even though you're not building your roster around him, but that guy can help.
I really like Don Kelly.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, Vierling's he's hit over 300 in the month of May. He's a guy that I've not really warmed up to, just always kind of thought, he's just an extra guy in the lineup. And, when one of their prospects is ready to go, they'll take him over. But, not necessarily the case with him. He's like, not so fast, my friends. I got some ability, and he's made some great plays defensively, too.
The conversation at the beginning of the show, Gator vented about Apple and his inability to log into his Apple account to watch the game Friday night when it was on Apple TV to stream it. And my inability to cancel a subscription that I have. After 20 minutes, I gave up. I white flagged it. I'm not giving up for good. I just didn't want to call somebody at that time.
Did you try Googling to see how do I cancel from blank?
No, I didn't. But
that helps.
Feedback. The battle of old men versus technology is always comedy gold. Yeah, when old men struggle with it, I do find it funny. We're struggling with it. See what I did there? Torque is finished, writes an unnamed texter. It sounds like he gets in his own head. I can't imagine it will be any better when he inevitably gets called back up and has the last chance pressure on him.
So I want to say somebody's done at the age of, was he 25, 24?
Yeah, I think he's 24. I mean, so was Scherzer. I think Scherzer was 25 when he got sent down.
I mean, do so at your own peril. I'm not saying he's going to come back and be a superstar, but I'm saying give him a chance because there's talent there.
Yeah, Scherzer is the extreme example of success. It was extreme, but it was successful. And most cases don't work out that way. But we clinch to that.
Yeah.
We've seen it before. As hard as we can, we hang on to that as a possibility. Champ and Jump, get your votes in, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Detroit Grand Prix. We'll talk about that event downtown over the weekend. We'll get to that at 11:05. Whether or not, did this Grand Prix reveal a bit of an issue, or was it a one-off? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97, won a ticket, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Got some thoughts on the Detroit Grand Prix, and we'll get to that today at 11:05. A lot of interesting discussion regarding Spencer Torkelson, feedback coming in. Champ and Chump votes Caitlin Clark getting abused in the WNBA. Although, honestly, we're kind of parachuting in on that. I don't claim to be any WNBA expert, but it doesn't seem like it's been the welcome mat rolled out for the most interesting player to join the league in quite some time. But, if you missed the highlight, she got body slam. Well, it wasn't body slam. It was a check.
Oh, there was a block set up.
Yeah, she's caught up.
A screen set up.
She's caught an elbow from Angel Reese. Diana Taurasi downplayed her debut in the league because, she said reality's coming. It just seemed unnecessary. But let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Justin. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Justin.
Hey, guys. Good to chat with you again. I got a Champ and Chump for you. So I don't know if you guys remember. I don't expect you to. But a while back, I called, and I haven't been into baseball for a long time. And listening through the Tigers season, I've grown to love your guys' show. And you guys started talking baseball, and I was like, this is interesting. I'll listen. I started watching. I'm all back in, right? I've got Bally's. I'm watching the Tigers, and my son is 8. My daughter's 15, and they've been asking about baseball. So I bought some mitts, bought a bat. I ended up taking the kids to the baseball diamond for their first time in their life over the weekend. They had a blast. It was awesome, and I already got my daughter texting me today, hey, we should go back and play baseball again today. So you guys are my chance because I love your show. You got me back into baseball, and now my kids are into baseball.
I got to champ you as a dad, man. That's awesome. Getting your kids out there and playing
I'll take the credit.
No, Gator, you could totally take the credit, man. If it wasn't for listening to the show, I wouldn't have cared about the Tigers, and I wouldn't have cared about baseball. So I appreciate you guys every day.
Well, thank you for sharing.
My chump is Bally's because Bally's sucks, and I canceled Bally's because Tigers were, what they are. And I was like, I'll just listen to Dan on the radio, whatever. Now my daughter's like, hey, well, don't the Tigers play today? Can't we watch the game? This was yesterday. I was like, yeah, I'll sign back up for Bally's so we can watch the Tigers game, and I'm just grumpy about it. But I love you guys,
in
man.
Fairness,
thank you so much. And
thank you very much too. I want to be fair about this situation because it's not just there's two to tango. It's Bally's, their parent company with Diamond Sports. That's the issue because they went and declared bankruptcy, and then you've got the Xfinity/Comcast side that also is to blame. So they're both there. And,
no doubt.
Just to kind of recap it for people that don't understand what the dispute is, from what I understand, Comcast wants to put Bally's on a different tier so they can charge more. Bally's wants to stay on basic cable so that they have more exposure. And that's where the issue is. And then they're trying to negotiate in between with money to come up with a deal. And neither has been able to do so, even though both sides have put numbers towards each other. And they both kind of claim, it's the other side. I don't know who's to blame, but they're both to blame at least.
That's fair. But I endured a brutal app through a gripping Detroit Red Wings season where I couldn't watch games or the game would drop out in the second period and wouldn't come back on until the third. So I'm still mad at Bally's. But you're right. I get it. And I know there's a lot of politics involved. And
Yeah,
the
app has gotten better.
It's the worst. It's one of the worst examples of business ruining sports. We complain about ownership and spending money and ticket prices. This is a line crosser. I mean, people are accustomed to the games being on TV, period. End of story. And the fact that they're not is a really, really difficult thing to wrap our head around. And I know that both sides are trying to wage the PR battle. I don't know that anybody cares. I don't know that anybody cares whose fault it is. I think they're mad, and I'm not surprised they blame Bally's because they're, I think more people know the name of the network than the cable company, and it feels like they are the owner of the property, the broadcasts, and I'm sure it would seem like Xfinity want to take it. But I don't.
It's it's locally. It's very frustrating because Bally's locally does well.
Yeah,
they do very well, and this is a parent company issue.
Can you imagine the advertisers for Tiger baseball?
I'm so pissed.
What do you do? You have to be like, what did we buy here? Robert, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Robert.
Morning, guys. Love the show. I don't know if anybody's attributed the Athletic piece or read the Athletic piece. I think it was written maybe last night or this morning, but it's a pretty, I don't want to say a damning indictment, but it's pretty indicative of, I think, the Tigers' frustration with Torkelson, which I had no idea about. But it basically talks about how in the past, Torkelson has been completely trusting of his swing, even when he's gone through struggles. And the Tigers have wanted him to, the article says, take a more pronounced load and a more athletic stance. And it says, so far, Torkelson has been stubborn in adjusting his swing. And I wonder if this is like a thing like, hey, man, obviously your approach and you're trusting your swing and your stance and your load and everything like that, obviously it's produced not good results. So I wonder if this is almost, I don't want to say like a tit for tat, hey, you're not listening to us, you need to freaking go down to Toledo and work on this. But I hadn't heard that before. I don't know if you guys, you guys are much more in tune with the team and in the media than us local. Just,
it's not a huge surprise. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing that gets talked about. There's a weird thing that I've heard coaches talk about. And I don't have specific examples, but I have heard, and it's mostly college coaches, talking about how they've got players who have their own hitting coach. And what their hitting coach wants them to do, and I think this probably trickles down to the high school level as well. There's probably a lot of high school coaches and that can nod their heads and say, yeah, that happens all the time. Players have private hitting coaches and hitting instructors that have philosophies that don't always align with what an organization wants. And so this is no surprise if there is a disconnect there. And it's interesting you brought that story up. I have not seen it, Gator. I don't know that you have.
I hadn't seen it either,
but
and I'm interested to read it, though.
I've heard more and more of this type of stuff because
– Can I ask one question?
Go ahead.
So Chris Fetter, understandably and accurately, gets a ton of credit for the pitching staff. I think, and I think everyone would agree he would do he's doing a fantastic job. Yep. And I know it's like so easy. It's like, hey, we can't run the ball, fire the OC, blah, blah, blah. But I don't understand why more people aren't up in arms about like this. It's unbelievable. And we can probably go back, 40 years or so. I mean, I'm an old dude. I'm 52. I don't remember the last time the Tigers have consistently developed bats from the minor league system all the way through to the major league system. Maybe Travis Fryman.
Well, Castellanos, I think was
Castellanos
very
JD. But it's like that's like 3 coins in a huge ocean over 40 years.
Yeah, they haven't done a great
it's not
historically. The funny thing is, all those past failures, I kind of leave in the past and don't really care about. I'm watching what Scott Harris does, right? And so
I agree.
Maybe they'll have some success.
Such a huge piece.
Yeah, the last vestiges of Avila are Jace Young. Is he going to be a bat that develops? Colt Keith. So I hear you, Robert. There are a lot of examples of this team historically just not being able to develop position players in this organization. Now,
so I think
with that in mind, I'm like Granderson is an example.
Yeah, there are some, and then there are guys that they had that brought up and then moved on, and they've done well elsewhere, like Paredes or Adames, another guy.
We can't say their names. We can't say their names. It hurts too much.
No, but you know what? The fact that we have to try this hard to come up with names tells you how bad it's been. I hope that Harris and this crew get it right. Just hope that they are better at identifying and getting top tier hitting prospects.
Well,
develop their players.
I mean, a lot of these younger players they have in a lower in low A ball and even to an extent in high A ball, they're starting to hit, and they're young guys. Max Clark and McGonigal, those are young guys playing at Lakeland that are destined to be moved up to high A West Michigan, I would say within a month. I mean, they're McGonigal in particular, I think he's up now 350. And Max Clark is just driving in runs at a prodigious rate. He's hitting in the high 270s right now, but still trying to find the power stroke, but he's hitting line drives everywhere, and he's got like 15 stolen bases, only been caught once. And then Roberto Campos, who is the guy that they signed as like a 16-year-old, who's now only 20. He's at West Michigan, And he's hitting well. He's hitting 280, and he's got some power to go with it, and he's running the bases well. And, again, only 20 years old. These are three guys that are 19 and 20. So it bodes well.
Carson Anderson, we are on the road today from the Flagstar Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic, which will be getting underway shortly. There are golfers here making their way in. I got to tell you, I mean, just as a total aside, this doesn't happen with me almost ever. When you have to go to work and it's a Monday golf outing and that's your job, that's a really good day of work.
It's not bad.
Yeah, when you get to show up and you get to be part of this event.
Well, dude, I'm just we're looking out at one of the
you're so
one of the
close.
holes. It's so close. And I'm not sure if that's the ninth hole or what hole this is up here, but the fairway leading up to the green.
Oh my God,
looks like a green.
It looks like a green.
This is the most immaculate golf course that I've ever seen.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
Yes, it is.
A beautiful property.
It is. It's funny because I looked this like, oh God, that looks nice, and then I'm like, what's Augusta like? Because Augusta's probably better than this. It's just amazing.
Well, right, yes, but this is hillier than you think, right?
Yeah, these guys sitting in front of us eating their burgers and having their drinks and are about to get to go play golf. That's a good day of work on a Monday. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Detroit Grand Prix stuff next hour. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson on the road here on 97.1 The Ticket to the Flagstar Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic at Oakland Hills, overlooking. I don't even know what green that is.
Yeah,
that
I think it's 9.
Is it 9? Okay,
I'm not sure. I could be completely wrong. I don't know.
Good spot we have here, and we'll be here until 2 o'clock. 248-539-9797. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. They are coming in at a fast and feverish pace. I went with Connor McDavid for the goal he scored over the weekend. Gator went with Javi Baez for the big RBIs. My chump was Kennedy Carter from the WNBA for the assault on Caitlin Clark. Whatever. It was a body check, and I don't quite get the Caitlin Clark hate, but I do see it. That's John Jansen. Wait, are you golfing? I am. You're golfing?
Come on.
Oh, good God.
Come on.
Wow. Jansen's going to golf. I didn't know you had this. I didn't know this was part of your.
Would you freshly shave your legs?
Oh, you got Redskin. You got some Redskin golf shoes. Yeah, old school. So Jansen's a participant in this as well. Gators.
Go get yourself some meat.
Yeah, there's meat. There's meat.
We got
over
meat
there.
around the corner.
There's plenty of meat. You can have mine. Yeah, double meat. Right in Jansen's wheelhouse. Spencer Torkelson was your chump of the weekend. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Ryan's next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
What's going on, guys? Quick champ and chump. So my champ is Connor McDavid. I think that guy is going to win the cup. I think he's going to solidify himself in history. And
I hope so.
For all the Wings fans that are a little bit nervous about Art, it's so hard to win if you don't have a guy that's like that or close to it, and we don't have that guy yet. That's the main issue. But my chump. Anybody upset about Caitlin Clark getting bumped? She's a rookie. She's getting treated like a rookie. Connor Bedard has his jaw broken. He's had to have multiple times where teammates have fought for him this year. It's part of being a rookie. That's all it is. That's all I got.
Yeah, you're right on that. I mean, other rookies have certainly faced a rough road to get in there. It seems like like she's being targeted, but it's okay. It's early in her career. She's going to have to earn the respect of those that are there, and I think that there's a prevailing feeling, I think, that the veterans don't appreciate all the hype that she's getting coming in because, where's the hype for them that have already been there for years? They wanted the attention, they didn't get it, now they're getting it. And I can see that, but, Doug, the other side of it is, how about you just welcome the fact that now there is interest and make the most of it?
Yeah, the truth is, at the NHL level, same thing's true, right? I mean, if you have a rookie that's creating interest, why not? Oh, my God. Hold on. I'm going to, just so people know, I'm going to hold Jansen's plate up to the cameras. If you are on Twitch, give you a second, go to twitch.tv and search up 971 The Ticket. He just went and got his lunch, and it is classic Jansen. It couldn't be more Jansen.
That is burger on burger on burger, and then pulled pork.
Yeah, is that pulled pork?
Man.
All right, so his plate, just for people listening that have no chance to get to Twitch, it's 3 burger patties with 3 slices of cheese and a healthy serving of pulled pork on the side. This is what Jansen is having for his pre-golf.
I like it.
I mean, it is. Hopefully, you get a chance to get to twitch.tv or youtube.com and check it out quickly. But
nice.
Yep, that is Jansen's plate. And that's his first plate, by the way. Wow. That was something else. I probably wouldn't. I might eat the cheese. But that's it. Anyway, when you have a player that joins a league, Connor Bedard or Caitlin Clark, I don't know that I would love the league being as hostile towards that player, especially if the league is looking for more eyeballs. I'm not saying it's not typical. I just think that this, and it's not one incident, it's multiple incidents.
Well, it is multiple. Well, it was the caller brought up a great example with Connor Bedard.
Yep.
It is absolutely the same thing he's gone through. So it's if nothing else, it brings more. Even with these incidents, it brings more interest.
Yep.
There's more highlights on TV to show for it, and then get fined. Then the league comes down on the team because Angel Reese didn't want to make herself available to the media.
Yep.
That cost the team money. That's not going to make the team happy.
I mean, look, it's in the grand scheme of things. No, it's not the worst thing I've ever heard. But,
no, but it's good in the sense it's more headlines.
Yeah, there are. It is This is already the most we've ever talked about the WNBA.
And
it's probably it, but now we've got a call about it. So it has created and generated some interest, and as Caitlin Clark has been good for the women's game. Just period, end of story. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's get to more of your champ and chump votes that have come in to the Karsh and Anderson inbox. Every Monday we do this. Who should be singled out? Who should be called out? Let's go to this one from an unnamed texter. Champ Paul Emerson, who was at the Canadian Open as a fan and helped CT Pan's caddy get to the medic tent after he fell on the third hole fairway. CT Pan needed a caddy, so Paul Emerson carried his bag for a couple of holes. This is an unbelievable story, and we will talk about it. It's something we will bring up today. Chump, the WNBA players who keep abusing Caitlin Clark. It's not a race thing. It's a girls thing who love being the mean girls and playing the mean girls roles. No one will watch this nonsense. I don't know if no one will watch, but it is an interesting welcome to the league moment, and I don't think there's anything wrong with welcome to the league moments. This seems to be a bit personal. My champ is my stepdaughter, Julian, who graduated this past weekend from Lakeshore High School in St. Clair Shores and earned a scholarship to CCS in Detroit. My chump is the Tigers front office. If you could option our number one pick, Torque, then you could certainly follow suit and do the same with Baez or outright release him to give someone else a chance in the organization. That's from Barry in a car.
There's a major difference.
Yep.
Sending Torque down to Toledo doesn't cost you $90 million in nothing, right?
Yep.
So Baez is still contributing. He's actually my champ of the week this week. Came up with a huge hit in the game yesterday. Still making plays defensively. He's running the bases well. He's frustrating as all get out, without question. But they're not going to make a decision on that until likely after the season on just letting him go, because it's too much money to eat at this point in time. And the other side of it is they've got nobody else to step up and play shortstop. It's a position that they are really struggling with as an organization to find somebody there. And they've got a guy at AAA, Navigato was his last name, and he's done okay, but I don't think he's any kind of solution. Like, I don't think they envision him as a future major league guy. The other guys are at the lower level, so it's just not going to happen anytime soon.
Chuck in Farmington Hills says, my champ, Ken Holland, solid GM with experience, taking the Oilers to Stanley Cup Finals. Chump, A.J. Hinch, cuts players too much slack when they're not performing well, i.e. Spencer Torkelson. Well, we've talked about that, and I want to, as far as Ken Holland, yes. I mean, Ken Holland brought us great teams. He also left kind of under fire here in Detroit, but he's built the winner there in Edmonton. As far as, then they've had, some better success with the draft and lottery luck. Chump, A.J. Hinch, I mean, we go over this all the time. If a guy is on your roster, you're going to support him. If you don't support him, you undermine his chances of success. So you have to publicly support him, right?
Yeah.
So I get that you may not love what he's had to say about him, but you have to support him publicly.
If I had asked you before the season, how long would you give a veteran player like Spencer Torkelson if he struggles? How long would you give him in a season before you make a decision?
2 to 3 months.
Okay. What did we just through?
2 months.
2 months.
Yep.
They just did it. It was 2 months.
Yep.
Is that was too long to wait?
Apparently. Well, according to that guy. But, well, I mean, he didn't chump them for – he said A.J. Hinch gives players too much. Well, if your guy's on your roster, you support him. What is he supposed to say? He's struggling. He's literally 2-3 at bats away from getting sent down. Do you think that's going to help?
I mean, if you had done it after the first month, and perhaps you would have been justified because he didn't hit a home run through the first month. Had you done it at that point, what's the overall picture for the team? Is this now a playoff team?
No.
I mean, they're competing for the wild card spot, I suppose. But as far as
hoping they can.
Yeah, as far as the division's concerned, they are so far back in the division. It's not because of Torque.
248-539-9797. All right.
Solely, I should say.
I want to get to 10 texts. I want to hear from 10 people that visited the Detroit Grand Prix, went to the Grand Prix yesterday, and we want you to rate it on a scale of 1 to 12. 1 being you didn't like it and you won't go back. 12 being it was fantastic. and you love it, and you want to make it a regular part of your sports entertainment experience.
So 1 to 12.
1 to 12. Scale of 1 to 12.
12 being the highest.
1 being the lowest. We'll take your text, and we want to know why you rated it where you did.
Why a 12, why a 1.
Why a 1, or why you have it in between. And want to get into it a little bit. 248-539-9797. That's the number to text us. We'll get to the first 10 texts that are coming. 10 texts. We'll take 10 texts now, Kang. 10 texts now. We'll take your 10 texts and read your ratings of the Detroit Grand Prix. Individuals that were there, did some concerns creep up yesterday. It's Carson Anderson from the Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic at Oakland Hills here on 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Broadcasting from the Flagstar Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic at Oakland Hills. 248-539-9797. We're asking for people that went to the Detroit Grand Prix to text us and rank it as a fan viewing experience on a scale of 1 to 12. 1 being you'll not go back, and 12 being you loved it and everything was about it was great. Let us know what you thought of it. And feedback has come in here to the Carson Anderson inbox. Now, as a viewing experience, racing can be interesting because sometimes, depending on where you are, you just get to see a small snippet of the track, right?
Mm-hmm.
Other places you get to see a large swath. You want to be high up. Where you're sitting makes a huge difference. But anyway, here's some of the feedback we've gotten. Jacob in a truck says, 4 out of 12. I'm always happy to go to an IndyCar race, but it was such a ridiculous crash fest, and nearly half the laps were run under caution. Just not a good race. I wanted to bring this up because this is not a good ratio. From the Detroit Free Press today, there were 8 caution periods and a total of 1 hour and 5 minutes of race time spent under yellow flag compared to an hour under green flag. So more than half of the race was spent under a yellow flag. Now, for people who don't understand racing or aren't racing fans, when there's a wreck of some kind, the yellow flag comes out, the cars slow way down, the pace car comes out, and they circle the track at a slow speed while they clean the wreck, but the laps count. So this is the most, it's relatively boring, but more than half of the race time was spent under yellow flag conditions. Now, this is the second year they've run in Detroit. Street courses.
On the street course.
Yes, on the street course. Street courses, they don't have as many places to pass. Oftentimes, it's tighter driving conditions. And look, I'm no huge race fan, but it strikes me it lends itself to more wrecks and hence more yellows. Mix in the rain, and I don't know that we can say that Detroit has a problem and the setup is a problem, or this might just be a one-off where already narrow racing confines, when you couple that with rain, it's going to lead to more yellows.
Well, I don't watch enough Grand Prix racing to know if this was abnormal or if this was normal. But I did spend a lot of time watching the race yesterday, and I rather enjoyed it, even when they were racing under caution. And for me, it was because it was in our hometown, and you're watching the track and you're trying to envision, where they are in Detroit. And okay, is this Jefferson? They're on here. Are they coming up? And is that Woodward? Do I see a sign and all that? You're looking for that type of the landmarks and everything, right? And so it was entertaining for me regardless. But I don't know if there were more crashes or more stops than typical. But that course, as you're watching them go on, how could there not be?
Yeah.
And I seem to remember watching the one in Vegas. It was similar, wasn't it?
So the turn, the one turn that feels like turn 1 because they get the green flag, but it's along the back straight. It's technically turn 3, but it's the hairpin at the end of Jefferson. First lap, green flag, they race to there, wreck. Then they that turn, every single time cars go into that side-by-side or front, you hold your breath a little bit just because of the way it's set up. As that race started to wind down, Kyle Kirkwood's race strategist, Brian Herta, was interviewed and said, and I wrote this down, as the race was winding down, they were asking, are you happy where you're at? And his quote is, we're probably going to have 72 more yellows. Turns it into a lottery. I hate this. And I'm like, that's probably not what the people that are putting on the Detroit Grand Prix want to hear. But I also don't think one race is a reason to say that they have a problem. But again, we're not race fans.
No.
But I'm sure they weren't thrilled to have more. If it's a 2 hour and 5 minute race, to have an hour and 5 minutes under yellow seems like, from a viewing experience, suboptimal.
Well, the rain obviously doesn't help, and changing tires for that. And then towards the end of that, you've got guys that are not sure if they're going to finish out on the rain tires, or should did they switch to the normal tires too early? It's going to dry out, and that became a big a big talking point, which I found interesting. But you can't watch that track and not expect there to be crashes.
Right.
It's just how it's going to be.
More feedback. Scale of 1 to 12, I give it an 11. I watched the race from the 14th floor of the Marriott. Cars went by us at 170. That's from Scott and Taylor.
You know what was crazy is watching on the left-hand side of the TV screen, they had the order of the cars, and then it would show times they would show the miles per hour in real time. The time that they would go to drop down to almost 35 miles an hour going through the hairpin turns and then gear back up in the straightaway and get it up to like 135, 140 miles an hour, that really gives you a feel for how fast those cars are, the acceleration those cars get in comparison to like, oh, yeah, I was out today in my Mustang. I mean, no.
Right.
It's amazing. Within 3 seconds, they're from 40 miles an hour to 110. It was crazy.
More feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. It's a solid 12. It's 1,500-pound cars with 750 horsepower racing on city streets. The visceral experience, listening to the tires squeal, the upshifts, it's incredible. Could I make constructive criticism? Bag on this, on that. It was a frickin'. Wait. It's incredible. Could I make constructive criticism? And bag on this that it was a freaking ball. Read my Champ and Chump poster. I don't know what that means about constructive criticism, but that's Sean who loved it and gave it a 12. I rated a 5. This is what happens on a city course all the time. A major accident, 3 turns into the race. See it all the time in F1 and Indy. Wish it doesn't happen because it ruins the day for the fans. That's from Jeff. So I saw this on Twitch, and I want to back up here because we used to have IndyCar racing out at MIS. C. Pappas 91 said, put them back on the oval at Michigan Speedway. Some of the best racing we've ever seen at Indy on a track, not street racing. So the street racing is fun. It's kind of fun to think about, and in theory, I think putting them on city streets is really neat. Here's what I remember being out of MIS for IndyCar races. Because of the drafting, it was better to be in second place. You were faster in second place. So the car in second would slingshot around the car in first constantly. There was passing at the front of the pack all race long. And that, from a viewer standpoint, was exciting. But it was a really weird deal because you basically wanted to be in second at the right time late in the race to slingshot around the leader, because if you do it too early, he's just going to slingshot back. And it led to a lot of changing of the lead, and it was racing all over the track a lot. But, they left MIS. I don't remember why. And they've been at Belle Isle. I think they had Belle Isle and MIS at the same time. But now they're in downtown Detroit. And
would it be fun at all to watch them just race on 696?
I mean,
from St. Clair Shores out to Novi, then make another loop, come back around.
Yeah.
Are the detours in play, Gator? If the detours are in play, then yes, because 100%, I'd like to see
because otherwise it's just straight. But
this is what I want them to do. I want them to start at my house and get to work, and I want to see what route is the fastest.
248-539-9797. People who were there, scale of 1 to 12. What did you make of the Detroit Grand Prix? We are at the Flagstar Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic. We'll be here all day. Right now, everybody's getting ready to head out, and golf starts soon. But we'll talk to Dave Beach now, who's been in part responsible for some of the great events we've had come to Detroit. Kind of hoping he's going to announce an NBA All-Star game coming to Detroit. Right?
Yeah,
you think
nice.
we can get that here on the air? We hope so. 248-539-9797. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your votes in. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. We are live from the Flagstar Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic at Oakland Hills. Thanks for being with us here on a Monday, and we're happy at this time to bring in Dave Beechnaw, who's in his 31st year with Visit Detroit and is the executive director of the Detroit Sports Commission. So, in part, responsible for events like the Ryder Cup, the MLB All-Star Game, the Super Bowl, the Frozen Four, the NFL Draft, the Final Four, and maybe events in the future that we're hoping he will announce live here on the air with some breaking news. But we'll see about that. Just coming out of the draft and the way Detroit was received, it feels like big pat on the back to you and the Detroit Sports Commission, because what a success.
Well, no question about it, and I say it all the time. Not one organization, one person is behind it, and it was literally thousands. And you look at everyone that came together from a community perspective and all the stakeholders, because that's really what it takes to put on an event of that magnitude. And I couldn't be more proud of our entire community who stepped up and showed out. And 775,000 over 3 days. I mean, we just blew away every other record that existed. So we like to set the bar, and we certainly did that.
There had to be always, with any event, fears like what could go wrong. What was the biggest thing you were relieved that, oh my God, it was a wild success?
Well, the funny thing is, it's a free and open event to the public. My fear was, is anybody going to show up?
Really?
But, it's kind of a weird thought, right? But no. From day one, we told the NFL, Detroit shows up. They do. And they said, yeah, we hear that every year.
Right.
And, well, guess what? And to have on Saturday in particular, when that's a day where the NFL struggles to get fans down to the draft, to have 200,000 plus, that just shows the fandom that we have here in our region for sports.
Even with a little bit of rain.
Yeah, a little bit of rain. Yeah.
People didn't seem to care.
No doubt.
How far in advance did you have to plant the seed with the NFL before this, got the wheels rolling here?
It started back in 2017, and Rod Wood made the initial outreach to the NFL because they had just started to move the draft around. So you express a letter of interest, and then it kind of evolves from there. But this was actually our third attempt at getting the draft. And so we were aligned for 2022 back in 2020, and then we know what happened. Las Vegas went virtual, so they bumped them to the 2022 slot. And then ultimately the NFL came back and said, will you bid on 24, which we did, and the rest is history.
Dave Beechnaw, Executive Director of the Detroit Sports Commission, with us here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, do you have any announcements to make?
I don't today, but, we're in the hunt for a lot of things. We're in the next bid cycle for NCAA championships, so we're hopeful that, we got the Final Four in 2027. We're hopeful to get another round of the basketball tournament in 28. The Big Ten is in the mix right now. They're supposed to be making some announcements about future sites for the football championship as well as the men's and women's basketball tournaments. So those are certainly on the horizon. And this is what we do every day. We're out chasing events. We're out, looking, building strategy, what fits in our for our market. Obviously, they got the U.S. Junior Am here at Oakland Hills this summer, one of 8 over the next several years that we were a part of helping get those events here. And so yeah, we hope to break some news soon in a lot of regards.
Is there one in particular that you look at this is the dream scenario to land this, whether, I don't know, the Super Bowl or maybe it was the draft, I don't know, or is there something you're really looking forward to planning and trying to make the best pitch?
For me, I'm a college basketball fan at heart. I grew up playing the game, and so to land 2 Final Fours in my career is probably the pinnacle. But we talk about basketball, NBA All-Star Game. That's certainly on the horizon. We believe in 28, 29, 30, something like that. The Pistons are poised. I think the city's poised to go after that and secure it. And so the success of the draft has really built a lot of momentum in our community. It's elevated the profile of our city. 54 million eyeballs, right? When the draft was in town on the broadcast, and it helps shape the narrative of what we're selling here in Detroit, and that's so critical.
NHL All-Star Game, is that something?
That's certainly in the mix. I think that's a few years down the road, but some other things are in discussion right now, and love to break it with you sometime soon.
Well, I'm going to give you my number and make sure that we are the first to do so when it does go down. I know this is crazy, but we've always talked about the failed Olympic bid back in the 60s. Does that ever come up?
Next question. Yeah, it comes up, and we shut it down pretty quick.
Do you?
We can do a lot of good things with the investment you have to make just to go through the bid. It's millions of dollars just to go through the bid process. And so, you want to be realistic in terms of what we are as a city and what our capabilities are and what works for us. And, the Olympics right now, at least in my lifetime, aren't.
I find it to be one of the more fascinating stories from our history. But.
You got any kind of crazy behind-the-scenes story of something that happened in order to make one of these things come true?
Yeah, that's a great question. Nothing that comes to mind immediately on a big scale, but when you have, AAU national basketball tournaments, because we do a lot of different stuff. I'd argue that every weekend there's a tournament of some sort going around the region that we've touched in some way. But when you have a national AAU basketball tournament, this goes back 20 years, with 100 and some teams from all over the country coming to town, and you have officials that don't show up for games, and that's a problem. So, it's just little things like that.
Well, that's not little.
Yeah,
little.
Yeah. So
that falls on your plate, huh?
Yeah.
All right. So, is ever getting a Super Bowl back here? And it seems like you got to build a new stadium to get one. But given the success of the draft, is it possible to get back in the rotation?
Well, I think for me and for a lot of us, the draft was our Super Bowl, and that was the NFL's intention when they started to move the draft around, is to give those cities that aren't necessarily Super Bowl cities the opportunity to host one of their tentpole events. So if you look at where they've been and where they're going, I think it's as good, if not better, for us than a Super Bowl. And again, it goes back to the cost of hosting a Super Bowl.
Right.
We had to raise money to host the draft. Multiply that by 5 or 6 times to host a Super Bowl, and again, we're comfortable in our skin, and we know what we are as a city.
How much better prepared is the city to host events now compared to what it was 10 years ago? And how much better prepared is the city going to be 10 years from now to host big events?
No question. If we all remember 2006, the Super Bowl, and we were painting facades on the front of vacant storefronts along Woodward Avenue. And now you look at the vibrancy and all the retail that's there. Hotel capacity has increased dramatically since then, which is critical to the success in landing these events. And I think to the future, we need more hotel capacity. So, announcement of hotel at the convention center and some other hotel projects that are in the pipeline, I think that will better set us up for success. But it's really the people around it that make it happen. The Detroit Sports Organizing Corp, which is made of, stakeholders within the community. Rod Wood, Arn Tellem, Mike Tirico is part of our group and is very, very active. We're looking at Terry Radigan right here, who's the chair of our committee, and it takes people like that who invest their time, and it looks great to properties like the NCAA, the NFL, and others that we're collaborative and we're in unison with what we're doing in our community.
I mean, I don't know if this is even possible, but when the draft left, did you say to Roger Goodell, when you coming back?
That's already been mentioned.
Nice.
Yeah. And I think, it's not out of the realm of possibility. They're lining up now to host the draft. And we had a meeting this morning, and we've had over a half dozen cities that have already asked to schedule calls with us to talk about what it takes, to stage a draft. And they're not going to do 775,000, I guarantee you that. But we don't want to give away the secret sauce necessarily. But and we're we're in it to be helpful because, it's a small knit community that we can, friendly competition, so to speak, with our counterparts around the country, and we share information. But yeah, I think the draft is in the future.
I was going to say, how friendly is the competition with other major cities in the Midwest, just to keep this kind of footprint? Chicago, Minneapolis, Indianapolis.
We're
Cleveland.
all friendly except for Indianapolis. I'm getting tired of them, right? Every time you turn around, okay, they're hosting the Olympic swimming trials at Lucas Oil Stadium. We're actually going to run down and check that out.
They're doing swimming trials.
They're building
at Lucas Oil.
which is standard now. You build a portable pool.
Wow.
It was in Omaha, and they built it in the arena. And Indianapolis was able to secure it, so they're doing it at Lucas Oil. Going to set an attendance record, I think. And those are other opportunities, Olympic trial events that we continue to look at that could be really cool events for our city.
Dave, thanks for stopping by and continued success. Everybody loved the draft.
Yeah.
So thank you.
No, thanks for having me, and thanks for being out here today.
All right, good to see you.
You too.
Dave Beechnow from the Detroit Sports
Dave.
Commission. It's Carson Anderson. We are on the road from the Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic at Oakland Hills. 248-539-9797. 97-1 the ticket.
So, as you know, I've been talking about Precision Garage Door and how awesome they've been. Look, I had a problem a couple years ago looking at my garage doors and understanding that I needed some service done. The guys came out, did a great job. Talked to Jeff. They walked me through all the options, one of their technicians, and I picked the best option for me. Knew we're going to have to replace the doors at some point, but in the meantime, the service was stellar. Daryl, the whole team there, easy to work with. These guys are amazing. So do what I did. If you want your garage doors done right, call Precision. Precision Garage Door. Call them today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Okay, so that was interesting to hear what's realistic and what isn't. My takeaway, we're probably not going to see another Super Bowl here for quite some time. Might be the next stadium. He didn't say completely no, but it was clear that it sounded like the draft is what they're giving cities that aren't in that first tier of rotation.
Yeah.
Like if you're not New Orleans, Miami, San Diego, I don't know if San Diego gets them anymore, but L.A.,
San Francisco
Vegas,
area.
you get the draft instead. And I would argue that a lot of people in Detroit enjoyed the draft. It was a lot more for Detroiters to actually go see and participate than the Super Bowl, because who's dropping $15,000 on a ticket?
Well, I mean, yeah, the game is. The thing about the Super Bowl week, though, is it was a whole week's worth of activities, which was a ton of fun, and obviously not many people got to go to the game because those tickets are already spoken for. But it was a week-long event. The draft was spectacular, and the draft was fantastic because not only was it 4 or 5 days worth of fun stuff downtown, but then the draft itself was what attracted local people to go there. I know that they had people from all states were represented, and something like 100 countries were represented of people that were here, and you had hotels that were at capacity, and it's all great. But I would not expect a Super Bowl anytime soon. I'm not sure I would expect a draft soon either, but he made it seem like it's a possibility, man. They're in talks about him because Detroit showed up so well. That maybe they skip to the head of the line again.
Well, I would argue this. Based upon how Detroit did, I think the draft is coming back as soon as reasonably possible. Others are going to want to crack at it, but the next bid that it's reasonable that it returns to a city that's hosted it already, I think Detroit gets it back. That was my takeaway from that conversation.
I would agree.
All right, NBA All-Star Game, NHL All-Star Game. There's more rumblings about the NBA coming here first. But those events, limited capacity in these stadiums. You don't get 775,000 people at an NHL All-Star game, but you do get a lot of events that surround it, certainly. And so he wasn't ready to announce that either of those things are coming, but it's pretty clear.
You were pushing.
I was pushing. It was pretty clear that I think we should expect an announcement soon.
I think so. It only makes sense. I mean, it's they built a new arena obviously for both hockey and basketball. It just makes sense that they would get it done. The arena is state of the art. It's fantastic. Everyone raves about it who comes in from out of town, and it's been a long time since Detroit. When was the last time they had? They never had it at the Palace, did they? The All-Star game?
I don't think so.
I don't think they did either. And the All-Star game, the NHL, it was the last time the NHL All-Star game was here, like in the late 70s? When
was it the first year when Joe
built?
was? Yeah, I think it was when Joe was
78 or 79. So, I mean, they're both long past due for having it done. And I think those would be great events. I think having the draft here would be a great event for either sport. Baseball's starting to do some of that too. Maybe it'd be great to have a baseball draft here one day. There are just more events that are possible, and they're more possible now because we've shown that we can handle it as a city. Doesn't matter if it's cold weather like we had in the Super Bowl, or if it's volatile spring when we had the draft, or the summertime when it's more reliable. This area can handle any of those events.
Yep. Good conversation. Kang, anything we're missing? Anything else that your takeaways from that interview with the guy that runs the Detroit Sports Commission, Dave Beechnow?
We got some text that asked, wanted you guys to ask if we're going to get a WrestleMania.
Oh. You want to go over and ask him right now? He's sitting right there. Do it. Let's go. What the hell? Ask him.
All right, just walk over and ask.
Yeah, just take the headset off. Yeah, we'll find out. Kang, thank you for that. I figure it's better that Gator ask than I ask because not in my wheelhouse. Is that something we got a lot of texts on that, Kang?
We got a couple.
Yeah. Sure. WrestleMania is always a popular event. Always giving a long answer. this could be promising. maybe WrestleMania is on deck. Well, we did have, not that it's a completely different thing. We have the NCAA Wrestling Championships here, so totally different deal. But from the horse's mouth, Gator is back, reporting live. What'd you learn?
It's always something they work on. They did get SummerSlam last year, so that's something they work on.
Okay.
I don't know if I'd expect it anytime soon.
All right.
Based on the interaction there.
Okay.
I then asked him about World Cup as well, because I was curious about World Cup.
Oh,
and it
right.
doesn't seem like that'd be something because they don't have the stadium for it.
Gotcha. All right, well, there you go. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, it's Mondays. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. We also have people that are discussing the Detroit Grand Prix and how it went, if you were there, on a scale of 1 to 12.
1 to 12.
Rank the Grand Prix, 1 being you never go again, 12 being it was the greatest thing you've ever seen. And look, if there are any hardcore racing fans, I kind of chalk up the more time under yellow than green, racing under caution than actual green flag racing, as confluence of circumstances, street course, a little bit of rain mixed in, suboptimal.
Right.
I don't know that Detroit has necessarily a problem. I'm sure an hour and 5 minutes of time, according to the Free Press, hour 5 minutes of time under yellow, as opposed to hour of straight racing, is not what you want. But maybe the hardcore open wheel race fan can enlighten us a little bit. Champ and Chump votes from an unnamed texter. Champ, the Tigers for finally getting rid of O for Torkelson.
Oh.
Chump, Torque for being the biggest Detroit bust since Darko. That's great. Is Torque the biggest Detroit sports bust?
I feel like we're having a weather alert, you know?
Yeah, this is the emergency alert system.
EMS test.
Kang, can you hear that? Is that coming through loud and clear?
Oh, what are you talking about?
Yeah, all right, yeah.
I just hear you two.
Yeah,
okay, fair enough.
You guys aren't buy a dishwasher or anything either, right? I mean,
no, but there is dishes
No.
nearby. People are being served lunch.
Yeah.
Chump is Torque. The Tigers are Champ for getting rid of him. I mean, look, he's not. They haven't gotten rid of him.
They demoted him.
Yep.
Work on some things.
Yep.
Now I'm interested.
2 months was a reasonable amount of time.
I haven't had a chance to go and look at that article in the Athletic. Our previous callers had mentioned about the Torkelson demotion and whether or not there's some issues with stubbornness of wanting to adjust a swing or a stance or whatever. But I'm intrigued by that. If there is a stubbornness, first of all, and if there isn't, okay, is that a simple fix?
Yeah.
The thing is, anytime you try to change something, it's going to feel awful when you first try to change it. Change is not easy. Golfers talk about it all the time, how difficult it is if they have to make a tweak to their swing. It's like, okay, well, this feels strange and foreign. Well, of course it does, because you've been used to doing something your whole life a certain way, and now they're asking you to do it differently. Hopefully Torque is open to the suggestions and open to instruction, and he'll see results. If he doesn't see results, then it's just going to be frustrating all around.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Champ, the Saginaw Spirit for winning the Memorial Cup. Chump, the WNBA for allowing the brutal welcome for Caitlin Clark. All right, so the whole Caitlin Clark story had me doing something today I never thought I'd do. I Google searched Commissioner WNBA. Do you know off the top of your head?
I do not.
No, it's Kathy Engelbert. And yes, I wonder if Engelbert is going to send out a league-wide memo that says, hey, look, we're not conceding anything to a rookie. Play hard for sure. But let's not get carried away here.
I don't think there should be any memo sent. I think this is a little rough. Yeah, it is a little rough, but that's sports in general. Sometimes people come in and, maybe they come in hot or they just come in and somebody else wants to make a name for themselves. I think what they're getting now is a ton of publicity. They should be loving the fact they're getting publicity, good and bad, because it's making highlights. And all the talk was about, that block or setting up that she took right to the chin or whatever. setting that screen.
Yeah.
And also on the fact that they won that game. And now you know what that sets up, Doug? Rivalry.
Well, that is true.
And rivalry is what makes sports great. So they should embrace the hell out of this. I wouldn't caution anybody to, hey, you can't say, and I know that's not what you're saying. You can't do anything like say, hey, well, let's take it easy on each other out there. No, I mean, it's the officials will call the game as they need to call the game. And if they end up being flagrant fouls, it was weird that they, a day later they make it a flagrant foul, but when it happened, they did not. So we'll see where it goes from here on forward, but I think any publicity is going to be great for the WNBA.
Well, we await word from Engelbert.
Yes.
See if Engelbert's going to make a statement. Champ, the Tigers are sending Torque down. Chump, the Stars, for making me have to root for Florida. I hate Florida, but I don't want Ken Holland to have any success. That's from Matt working in Flint.
Why don't you want Ken Holland to have success? Do we not have enough success here in Detroit?
I don't know. That seems a little vindictive, a little bitter. I mean, is it you don't want the guy that was let go to build a winner somewhere else before Yzerman does?
So
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Right, and I'm sorry, wasn't Dallas's architect former Red Wing?
Jim
Nill.
Jim Nill, yeah, Jim Nill.
So I just don't. I don't get that. And it's interesting because this Edmonton team was built before Ken Holland got there. They had all those draft picks that they hit on before Kenny went over there.
Yep.
But now he's kind of put his own stamp on his team over the last few years, and I'm happy as hell that Edmonton gets a chance. I don't think too much about the Holland part, but to see that the game's best player gets showcased in the biggest stage is awesome.
Randy in Grand Rapids writes in, Champ, Javi Baez, Chump. Chennedy Carter, up until today, I'd not heard of her. She's bringing negative attention to the league. Boy, seems to be a hot-button topic. What's going on in the WNBA with Caitlin Clark? If you missed it, it's an easy Google search away. Took a bit of a body slam over the weekend. There's been elbows, a body check. Sorry, body check. But there's been elbows mixed in. There has been, commentators. Not exactly. Is that going to fit you, Jansen? That shirt going to fit you? Is that a schmedium?
Is it a schmedium?
Yeah, it's going to look good on you, sure. Everybody's getting ready to golf except us. It's Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump. Get those votes in, 248-539-9797. Interesting things afoot with one of our Detroit teams. We will get to that coming up today at 12:05. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Can you hear me now? Yo, 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 yo. Can you hear me? It's really low. So maybe something that with the processor is messed up.
If you're just joining us, we are at the Flagstar Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic at Oakland Hills. You can see our broadcast location if you go to our Twitch feed or YouTube feed. Go to twitch.com, search up 971 The Ticket. Same thing with youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket. Guys heading out for this event that raises money, and it's been a good run here for Detroit sports. And I don't know if we've ever shined more than during the NFL draft. Wow, what an event! And the Detroit Sports Commission, responsible for getting that event here. And it sounds like as soon as it is possible to come back to Detroit, the NFL left with such a good impression. I think it will be back to Detroit as soon as reasonably possible.
Well, that's the question is, when is that possible?
Yep.
When will soon be possible?
Yep. But anyway, Mondays here on the show mean champ and chump. Champ and chump of the weekend. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? My champ was Connor McDavid. If you didn't see the goal, we tweeted it out. There's some interesting response I've noticed to this tweet that we sent earlier today, just with the goal that he scored to help advance Edmonton to the Stanley Cup Finals, where they'll take on Florida. The way he just walked in and managed to stick handle around a couple of defenders, it was just incredible. Here's some of the feedback that we have gotten. Robert writes in, Datsuk like magic. Ray says, nice stick handling, about as amazing as the long, accurate cast on the past Pro Bass Tour. Okay.
Didn't see that. Did you see that one?
I did not. From Mike, that move was filthy. The sauce that he was able to get and then the shot off was wicked considering the amount of time and space he had. The guy is unreal. Donnie gives us the new GOAT from McFly. Bronny James will get more coverage than this, sadly. Timothy says, it's a nice goal and all, but people are really overhyping this. Are they?
I don't know. That's a hell of an individual effort. You know, there are times if you watched any of the playoffs with Edmonton, there are times and you can see Connor McDavid absolutely put the team on his shoulder.
Yeah.
And try to he's not trying to score every time. He's trying to set his teammates up for the best opportunity to score.
Yeah.
He's an incredibly unselfish player, and yet when it's time to score, he can do that too. He's been amazing to watch during these playoffs.
And quite frankly, in a league that we have always seemed to, as a town that really loves and supports hockey, we've always wanted to see it get a little more traction. Goals like this and hype like this doesn't hurt. And that's why in our tweet we said the NHL should flood the market in North America with this highlight.
Yeah. From an NHL standpoint, I think the only bummer for them might be is that it's Florida instead of New York that they're playing.
Yep.
But, hang on.
There's an announcement being made. Which is
time for the players to get to the cards.
Yeah.
We're out at Oakland Hills, so there's we're here for a golf outing, obviously, with the Detroit Sports Commission. So, they are taking on a team that won the President's Cup, right? Is that what Florida did? So it's an outstanding Florida team, an outstanding Edmonton team. It should be a real exciting series. Florida likes to bully you a little bit out there on the ice. Edmonton's got all the skill players. It should be fun.
Well, we got into that because I mentioned that was my champ of the weekend, Connor McDavid. Your champ of the weekend was Javi Baez, who had a productive weekend at the plate.
Well, and
particularly
particularly
bases and
particularly was yesterday's game. He had the big 2-run hit that he had late in the game. He made the play at second base on the attempted steal where he just slammed the tag down, got it in time, by a hair. But they reviewed it, and they overturned it and said he's out. Nice job by Javi there.
Yep.
And then to score from first base on a double to left center field on a ball that banged off the green monster. It wasn't like it rolled out there. I mean, it banged off the green monster, but Javi was going right away and made it home from first base. It was just great base running, and it shows the other things you can do to contribute to a team that may not always translate with home runs and whatnot. He's one of the team leaders in RBIs, believe it or not. And this is a guy who's hitting 8th in the lineup typically every night, or 3 out of 4 nights anyway. So, and he gets plenty of blame heaped his direction, and there's reason for that. But when he has a good game, I want to recognize that.
My jump of the weekend was Kennedy Carter, who had the body check on Caitlin Clark. But in general, I find this to be the WNBA has had a weird welcome to someone who's going to put more eyes on that game than any of her predecessors. And it's not just Carter, Angel Reese with the elbow to the face. The Diana Taurasi comments. And I have no problem with rookies getting hazed a little bit, but I think they need to be very careful about making sure that Caitlin Clark is a big part of this league, and not to try and run her out of the league. We'll see what happens with it, but treating rookies, making life tough on rookies is nothing new. But I find her to be the most fascinating female basketball player I've ever seen. And I apologize to those that find that offensive, that were sure there were great players before, but I don't think anybody's created the interest in the league like she has.
No, I don't think so either. This is kind of unprecedented coverage they're getting right now, and good for them. Run with it. You knew that this was coming down the pike because of the hype that she had in college. It was deserved. And I think what the league wants everybody to know is she's not the only talented one that's coming into this league. We're a league that's full of talented players. You should recognize us too. And I think there's some frustration there. But
I do remember blowback and pushback with Tiger Woods, early in his career, where the golf community was like, "Hey, we've had great players for a long time."
Yeah.
But I guess at the end of the day, it's to be expected.
Sure. My chump was Spencer Torkelson. Look, he went over his last 16 with 9 strikeouts and didn't draw a walk. Mm-hmm. His batting average down to 201. Only has the 4 home runs on the season. They needed to send him down. The timing was right. They gave him 2 full months to do something, and it was basically he had 1 week worth of a season.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a bunch of doubles early on, and then it hadn't even doubled in a while. So it's too bad that he hasn't figured it out yet, but he's got the opportunity to work it out. Meanwhile, Justin Henry Malloy gets the call up. That is one of Scott Harris's guys. That's one of the first guys he identified, brought over to this team. Now he gets his opportunity at the big league level. We'll see what he does with it.
All right, Champ and Chump, it's the People's Choice Awards. We want your votes. 248-539-9797 via phone calls or text. Who should be the champ of the weekend? Who is the chump of the weekend? Probably the biggest story of the weekend here locally was the aforementioned Spencer Torkelson getting sent down. Well, we will get into that a little bit, and what arc does his career take from here? There are extremes on both ends. We've seen it work out, and we've seen it not work out. All that coming up next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Do you think we're safe here?
I wondered about that. There's a tee box.
I think it's the first tee right here.
It's just off to our right.
Yeah.
And are we within extreme snap hook danger?
Yeah, or even if you get a left-handed golfer up there. I mean, I think we should be safe.
Here's what I don't like saying. I'm going to use this, and I think this is true, but that just makes me uncomfortable. With a tee box right there, I think we're amateur golfers. I think we're probably safe.
That's the thing. We're
probably safe. But have I ever stood over there and hit a tee shot that would hit and kill me? Yes. So now we'd have to get right between that fence, but with my luck. Well, we'll see. 248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. What direction does Tork's career go next? We'll try to answer that question straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on the road from the Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic at Oakland Hills. 97.1 The Ticket. For years, I've been telling you about the Connecticut water softener that we have installed by CGC Water. It has so many benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com and save $1,000 or more when you bundle a Connecticut Premier Softener and the Connecticut K5 drinking water system. Remember this: if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. You do not want to be the filter. Save 10% off a Navien tankless water heater when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Call 855-339-4242. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Spencer Torkelson, probably the big news over the weekend. We will get to that in a moment. As first, there is breaking news. The Tigers, what's this? Sorry.
The Tigers,
you announced it.
Yes, according to the Detroit Tigers, they will retire the number 10 on August 3rd, recognizing Jim Leyland's contributions to the club and the game of baseball.
Gotcha.
Jim Leyland's number 10.
Good.
August 3rd.
Good dude. Really, really good
Great
dude. Yeah. Big fan of Jim Leyland. Really wish he made it to the mountaintop here. It's unfortunate he didn't. And some people will say that he should have. And we've had those debates over the years. Let's get to your phone calls, 248-539-9797. Greg, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys, man, I hope Leland shows up with a bowl of masticholi in his mouth to accept the whole reward. That'd be great.
He should. As would be typical.
Two quick things on the Tigers before I get my championship.
Yep.
Tork, his swing is so messed up, and it used to be like the same, so pretty, and they got to be able to fix it. You know what I mean? Like it seems like everyone talks about it on on all the broadcasts about just how it's never in the same place. It's always out of whack. And then with Scott Harris, Maeda, I just don't get it. How could, if he watched his delivery, his setup, and his pitch, how could he have ever thought that he would be like what he needed or what he needs to be for this game? I just don't.
So they took two guys this offseason, and Flaherty and Maeda. Well, there you go.
Apparently that means let's get started.
Yeah. Okay, then. They took two guys this offseason. It's always something, right? They took two guys this offseason that were a little bit of reclamation projects. They've had success with Flaherty, not so much Maeda. I got it wrong. I was more excited about Maeda than I was Flaherty. But you're right. I mean, they're not all going to be hits, and that one, unfortunately, is the 2-year contract.
Yeah, it's been he's had some good outings, but unfortunately he's had some bad outings too. The question you ask yourself, because this is with any move that's done, or with somebody that's not getting the job done, if you're Scott Harris, is this player blocking somebody else from their opportunity?
Yep.
And right now, I don't know if Maeda is, but Matt Manning pitched again the other night for Toledo. I'm going 5 innings and gave up 2 or 3 runs. So he was better than his previous outing, but we'll see. I mean, unfortunately, of the 2 guys he signed in the offseason, Maeda was the multi-year deal. He got 2 years out of it, and
not good.
Yeah, it hasn't been as good as you want it to be.
Greg, your champ and chump? Oh, we lost him. All right. 248-539-9797. As far as Torque swing, it's weird when you see a guy that had some degree of success, okay? Not that long ago. The end of last year,
right?
He was bombing the ball out of the park on a regular basis. When you see a guy go from that to this, it feels as though something at a fundamental level is wrong and can be corrected. Does it not?
It does.
It doesn't feel like that he doesn't have talent, that he doesn't have ability. There has to be a work ethic in there. Like, he didn't luck into 31 home runs. So how do they untap that? How do they get him back to that? I guess what I'm saying here is I don't think the cause is hopeless, but it's going to take some identifying and some work.
It will. And I don't think this is – I mean, you brought up earlier the Max Scherzer comparison when Scherzer was sent down for a couple of starts. I don't think it's going to be something as quick as a 2-week fix. With Scherzer, it was. He was dominant. I think he said 15 innings and 4 hits.
Scherzer is the extreme good, okay? When a guy who is expected to be – sorry to interrupt, but I just want to reset that conversation. Scherzer is the extreme best-case scenario that gets referenced all the time. And Detroit fans will reference it when somebody's struggling for the Tigers. Why don't they do what they did with Scherzer? If that worked every time, they do it a lot more. It doesn't work every time. But the extreme good is you send a guy down. Now, let's recap where Scherzer was. He was 25 years old. I believe it was 2010. He had started 4 games in a row and had given up 27 earned runs in 4 starts. They send him down, 15 innings, 4 hits at Toledo. They call him right back up, and he's Max Scherzer and has been Max Scherzer ever since. And was for the Tigers, obviously, and was a great pitcher for the Tigers. Scott, they don't all work that way, but
no,
that's the extreme case scenario of how it can work.
Well, and you wonder if these are two totally different cases. Like I had to go back and read about it, but when they sent Scherzer down, was it an attitude type thing, or like, dude, you're better than this? You just, maybe get some confidence to go against different. I don't think they were trying to tweak, like, work on your fastball to do this. Torkelson is a different story. Torkelson's swing is completely lost, so he may have to do things completely differently down there, maybe come with a whole new stance or swing plan or whatever. They're trying to figure out a way to get him back to being the productive hitter that they thought he was when they drafted him first overall.
Now, a high-profile example of a first-round pick, hitter, position player where it didn't work, Eric Munson. Eric Munson was a catcher / corner infielder out of USC, I believe it was, and was supposed to be an everyday player and an elite hitter, and came up here, had his share of struggles, and I think he was 25 when they sent him down to Toledo after a couple years here, and was hitting like 220. They sent him down there, and he hit 260, 270, if I recall correctly. They call him back up, and he hit less than 200. Eventually, he left the Tigers organization and spent the rest of his career bouncing back and forth between big league clubs and minor league teams, and it never really caught on. These are the extreme good is Scherzer, the extreme bad was Eric Munson. It's really, it could go either direction. It's probably going to settle in somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, and when Scott Harris spoke last week and talked about, before adding to the team with big-time free agents, he's looking to build the foundation. You thought that Torkelson was supposed to be part of that foundation. And even when he made those comments a week ago, that's shaky foundation ground there. And now that he's been sent down, it's not that he's been completely eliminated from that discussion, but it means that they may have to go a whole different route if this thing doesn't work out. I mean, to go 1-1, the pressure that's on that, it has to be tremendous. But in the sport of baseball, it is so hard to make it to the major leagues. There are no guarantees. And the first round of the draft is a big a crapshoot as there is in sports when it comes to a draft. You just don't know what you're getting because everybody has a different route to get where they're at. And I'm not giving up on Torque, but this is definitely it's a blow to my confidence of what he can do.
Gator, since you brought it up and where we are in proximity to the first tee box and an extreme snap hook could take one of us out, I'm going to spend the rest of the show
on high alert,
keeping an eye on what's going on over there.
Yeah.
I now that you mentioned it, I'm now become hyper paranoid that we are going to get struck and killed by a golf ball, one of us.
Well, playing in my my friend's golf league each of the last 2 weeks as a sub.
Yeah.
When you talk about amateurs, and I'm a huge part of that because I'm terrible. You never know what you're going to get if they're not good. Now, fortunately, the first few swings I've seen from the fellows up here been pretty good swing.
Yeah, but I don't care about who already took a swing.
I know. All it takes
is
the one person you don't know about. Here's Mr. I only play once every 5 years. That guy.
It'll make for great radio, I suppose, if a golf ball comes zinging past us, but I am now suddenly uncomfortable. Kang, are you ready to finish out the show just in case? Because
I'm always on deck, guys.
This is a little sketch.
I mean, there's a fence in front of us, and the fence has slats. The fence has slats in it. Is that to be treated like a tree when somebody says a tree? Oh, it's 90% air.
Yeah, exactly. But 248-539-9797. Let's go to Todd next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Todd.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Doing great,
well.
Thank you.
Good. I live near Tampa, and I watch a lot of Rays games, and Paredes, who unfortunately we unloaded for that horrible deal. I love his approach is obviously just to pull everything and hit everything in the air as much as he can and utilize that ability to keep himself, hitting home runs and productive. And I think if Torque tried to take that kind of an approach, he seems like he doesn't try to elevate or try to pull the ball. He tries to do everything more up the middle and occasionally pulls the ball, but if he really concentrated on that, I think he'd tap into that power more and at least be productive, kind of like Paredes is. I mean, he's a productive player, and he basically all he does is try to pull the ball and elevate. That's all he does.
They got to figure something out. I mean, look, we probably need to reset expectations for what he's going to be. That doesn't mean he can't help a team. I mean, if they get enough talent on this roster, can he help them win? And if he
For
can
sure.
play better defensively and, just be a power hitter, there are guys that have been on good teams that are robbed here. And maybe that's who he's going to be.
Yeah,
There's production out of that.
Yeah, but you got to make up for it elsewhere, right? 248-539-9797. Thank you for the phone call. Let's go to Logan next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Logan.
What's going on, guys?
How you doing, sir?
Pretty good, man. So I wanted to call about kind of the Caitlin Clark situation. I actually don't really know or never knew who Cheryl Swoops was, but I was sent over a clip of her on somebody's podcast just completely spewing just untrue facts about Caitlin Clark to kind of, I guess, discredit her, the record that she broke and stuff, saying stuff like she had the COVID year, 5, more years than Kelsey Plum. She's 25. Caitlin Clark played for 4 years. That's a fact. She also is 22 years old. That's also a fact. So it's, again, just kind of goes to the point of, like, so weird that these people are just, again, trying to, like, they're not buying into what she's bringing. And just again, her being on a podcast with thousands of people watching and just spewing completely untrue facts without actually checking is just wild to me, especially when she's bringing so much to the sport right now. So
Look, I think hostility or welcoming a rookie to the league is one thing. I'm not sure that this isn't different. And I'll also be fair here. I think we might be struggling a little bit, honestly, with a look in the mirror that we're not used to. I mean, it's the first time this has happened in women's sports that we've seen it. And the term mean girls has come up here a few times. And maybe we just need to let it go because it does happen. But we shouldn't care. We shouldn't care if it's female. They're professional athletes. Same thing, right?
Right. I think it's, again, kind of maybe like that other caller earlier compared it to Bedard. If there was, let's say Dylan Larkin went on some podcast, or not even Larkin because he's still in the league. I don't think Cheryl Swoops still plays, but like some NHL legend came into the game and just, we're like, oh, this guy's not good. This guy's this and that, just spewing just complete untrue stuff. It's just, I don't know why they would do that unless they are hating, and it's just, again, it kind of goes to what you guys were saying of like, there have been a lot of really good players in the league again for a while, and they want a recognition that unfortunately they're not going to get until now. So I get it,
and that's where maybe resentment sets in, right? Like, it's a league full of great athletes, and no one notices until Caitlin Clark shows up, and you can see why there would be resentment if that's the case. I mean, look, it's just. I think you can chalk it up to rookie coming into the league, a lot of eyes on her, and maybe just kind of checking her right off the bat, and we'll see where it goes. But I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing because if anything, if nothing else, it gets more publicity. If nothing else, it can lead to a great rivalry, which I think started in college ranks when LSU was taking on Iowa. You had that.
That's true.
So this is now just – is this like Magic and Bird?
Could be, I guess. I feel like the NBA embraced Magic and Bird.
Well, the NBA did embrace Magic and Bird. But, we'll see how this ends up working out here. But I think we got a nice little rivalry going.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Car Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. We were talking earlier about the Detroit Grand Prix yesterday, and probably weird circumstances, street racing, mixing a little rain, and not a surprise there was a number of caution flags. There were 8 in total, and the unfortunate part is the race lasted, according to Free Press, 2 hours and 5 minutes. 1 hour and 5 minutes was spent under a caution flag. The other 1 hour was straight racing, green flag racing. The good news is it ended with nothing but green flag racing, and it was kind of interesting because it felt like Marcus Ericsson had the fastest car and was trying to catch up to Scott Dixon, and he never did. But there was a little bit of drama whether or not he'd be able to get it done. But we've asked people what they thought of the race, and people who went, we asked them to score it on a scale of 1 to 12, 1 being bad and 12 being, they absolutely loved it. Here's some feedback that's come in. I'm a diehard racing fan. I sat in turn 3. That being said, yesterday totally sucked. Seeing a wreck is cool. Seeing the same wreck over and over is painful. Overall, though, it's the best racing series on earth. So that turn 3, that hairpin at the end of the long straight on Jefferson, and that long straightaway is great. I wonder if they'll try and modify it in some way. But yeah, that was definitely tight racing there, and it led to a number of wrecks.
Well, it's hard to modify the downtown footprint.
That's true.
I mean, there's only so many places you can make the turn that's going to be reasonably safe. And as it was, those turns were only wide enough for maybe 2 cars to squeeze in there, and even then, it really was just first to get to the turn gets it. And if you're going to try to push it, you're going to end up in a wreck.
I don't think you even have to be a diehard racing fan to look at that and go, that could be a tricky part of the track, the hairpin turn at the end of a straight where they reach maximum acceleration and speeds. Jay writes in, chiming in about the Grand Prix. I've been there many times, did not go this year, but it just isn't doing it for me. I go because it's a Detroit event, and I like that, but compared to other races that I've been to that aren't this one, it's kind of lame. Well, obviously, it's only a second year back downtown, so I don't know how many of these. If you went last year and didn't love it, then I get it, and maybe try and change your seating position wherever you were. Mike in Bloomfield Hills says, 2024 Detroit Grand Prix was absolutely awesome. I've been going the past 10 years. The city experience is so much more exciting. Last year we were on the rooftop. Grandstand number 9 was absolutely fabulous view. The car wrecks in turn 3 took the excitement out of well over 30. Took the excitement out of it with well over 30 plus caution laps. I give it an 8. That's from Mike. 248-539-9797.
8 out of 12.
Yep. So there you go. We'll continue taking your feedback on that and your champ and chump votes. By the way, we haven't talked about the Tigers' win yesterday. And I'm wondering, did you watch the entire game by chance?
Yes.
Okay. Was Wenzel Perez's slide one of the best slides you've ever seen?
The slide into home?
Yeah, we had to dive
over the baseball bat?
Dive over the bat, way off to avoid the tag, and just get his hand on the base. And as it turned out, it looked like the tag completely missed him and just hit the ground. But I thought it was awesome.
It was I was impressed by the slide. The first time he went through it, when I saw it live, I'm like, he's safe. Second time you show it, I'm like, I think he's safe. The third time they showed it at a different angle. And I'm like, did he even touch the plate?
It was one of the angles where it didn't look like he touched
the one from
plate,
the third base side looking towards home. I'm like, I don't even think he touches the plate. But then you see the other angle from behind home plate. Like, he definitely does. Yeah, a hell of a slide. And who's a slacker that left the bat there?
So who hit the ball? Was it Kelly? Or was it I think Akil Baddoo was on deck.
I'm saying somebody needs to, the umpire or whoever's on deck, go grab that bat, get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Catcher could kick it away, do something.
The bat was in a suboptimal place, but Perez had to go over the bat, then under the tag. It was pretty awesome. Are we leery of this group?
Yeah, I am actually. I was just going to say something. I have a bad feeling about the guy in the aqua blue shirt with no hat.
Okay.
Yeah, something tells me he's going to be trouble.
All right. Well, I mean, again, our proximity here to the first tee at Oakland Hills, it would take a pretty extreme snap hook, but where we're sitting, sketch, my friend, sketch.
Sketch McGetch.
Yeah. So
I mean, honestly, you'd have to get out of hand really early on a swing for it to hit us. I mean, we're, 50 yards from the tee box?
I wouldn't call where we are sitting impossible.
No, I'm not saying that.
And I quite frankly am a little disappointed in the station for approving this broadcast location.
Yeah.
And if you're just joining us, we're at the Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic at Oakland Hills. And I wouldn't call this line of fire, but I also wouldn't call it completely safe.
If you had to judge one of the 4 guys is at the tee right now to be the one that most likely to hit into us, would you agree with me? It's the guy in the blue shirt with no hat?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always leery of all the gear and no idea kind of guy that looks like he's trying to fit.
Yeah.
And that might be the guy who's going first here. Just putting his glove on, we'll see.
I mean, no hat and he's got the bald spot.
I'm just going to be ready to move.
You'd think there'd be indication number 1, you need to wear the hat.
Right.
Protect yourself from the sun.
So he might not be a regular golfer, hence could be dangerous. So this guy looks like we got to watch a practice swing to decide.
This guy's fine.
Okay, you think? All right. You're giving your approval
Yeah,
on
I
his
just
swing?
love judging people on
one practice swing?
On a practice swing. Yeah, we're good. This
All
guy's
right.
not going to hurt
Well,
us.
let's take a look. Guy in the blue shirt going first.
Darker
Right-hander
blue shirt
on the tee box. Oh, I didn't like that yip.
It's no yip. It's a part of his waggle.
You
He's
don't
good.
think so?
No, he's good.
All right, I'm going to keep a low profile here, and all right,
Yeah, we're good.
all right, that one worked out.
I think so.
Well, it didn't hit us.
That's
My
working out.
definition of worked out is it came nowhere close to us.
That's working out.
But we're particularly leery of aqua blue shirt.
See, now he's walking off the back of the tee box. He's talking to other people. He's nervous. He doesn't want to hit.
No, he doesn't. Well, it's a scramble, right? So maybe one of his teammates will just bomb one out there, and I don't even need to go.
That'd be great.
Which would be our.
Oh, this guy, that had potential.
Yeah, that did. That was a short backswing, long follow-through swing.
All right, now here comes
right,
the
here
guy
comes
that
the
I've
guy.
identified as the one that could hurt us.
The one that you're leery of?
Yeah.
He looks pretty comfortable with the driver in his hand.
Does.
Decent stance. All right,
Yeah.
here we go. Be ready. And, oh, God. Oh. Okay, that didn't come close, but that was definitely.
I'm telling you.
You called it. You called it. That was the swing.
That was the one.
That was the danger swing.
That was the one that could have found itself on Maple.
Did you? Yeah, we survived that one.
Yeah, all right.
All right,
Good enough.
enough. 248-539-9797. All right. There is an interesting report out there about the Pistons that might have some people rethinking their opinion of someone. We'll get to that today at 1248 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Carson Anderson, 97, won the ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Mondays mean champ and chump. Just to put a bow on the conversation, we're not going to spend every day describing every tee shot here at the Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic at Oakland Hills. We will get a video, try and tweet out our perspective to the first tee box and how where we sit and how sketchy it may or may not be. We'll get it out there on Twitter at some point here. We talked about Tork being sent to Toledo. Troy Weaver is being sent out of town, according to reports he has done. The general manager of the Detroit Pistons. Detroit, NBA's worst record the past 2 seasons. They won 23% of the games in the 4 years that Weaver was in charge. Trajan Langdon takes over. Now, let's start with, do you think this is an attractive job? On the scale of, open GM jobs, how attractive do we think this job is? Given they have the most cap space in the NBA in effectively $64 million. They have got a high draft pick, although not the number 1 pick, and it's not a great draft, but they have the 5th pick in the draft. And they do have a young core. Do you think Trajan Langdon takes this job because it's one of 30 and you can grab it? Or do you think Trajan Langdon's like, hell yeah, I want this job? This is a job with a ton of potential.
I would think it's a combo. Yeah. I think the very first thing is you have to consider all GM jobs. But some are going to be more attractive than others. I think the cap space is huge. Having a top 5 pick, and I can't imagine there's a ton of pressure on him right away to deliver. So if the team is bad again next year, you might have another lottery pick.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll almost guarantee you're going to have a lottery pick next year. So to start off your career, you're going to have a couple lottery picks. And you've got some players on this roster that are desirable. They've got some guys that are absolutely NBA players. Not sure that they all work together on this team, but you've got some pieces that you can move and do something with. So I think it's an attractive job. You've got a brand new arena. You got an owner who pays, isn't going to shy away from stuff like that. You've got a desperate fan base.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of pluses with the Detroit Pistons, not to mention that they've got the history of, a couple different championship runs with the bad boys and the going to work Pistons. So it's time. I think this is a more attractive job than it is unattractive.
So, the one thing that worries me a little bit about this is that the Pistons have been in rebuild mode. And I think we're seeing it happen with Scott Harris. And that is, you've got a general manager that is just taking over, and he deserves the right to rebuild as well. So he might launch into a not win immediately plan. You know what I'm saying? I feel like let's make sure we're not holding Trajan Langdon accountable for Troy Weaver mistakes.
Right.
Because that's going on right now with Scott Harris and Avila.
Yeah, and I think that the Piston fans will be fair with him. I think you go back to the Troy Weaver era, and he came in so hot, right? First draft, making deals.
Yeah.
On that first day, getting 3 first-round picks. It was watching a draft at home going, oh, my God, they just made another deal. Pistons made another deal. What is going on?
Yep.
And obviously with varying degrees of success. And now here it is a few years later, and the team is just an absolute, unmitigated disaster. So, in a way, I even think this is something that makes it even more attractive because you're kind of getting in on the ground level. And what do you have to work with? Got a guy like Cade Cunningham, who I can build around. Mm-hmm. Got another very young, talented player in Jalen Duren. You've got Asar Thompson. You got a shooter in Fontecchio. And then you got to figure out what you've got with the rest of the crew. Do you have something with Jaden Ivey or not? Is Isaiah Stewart, you didn't sign him to the contract. The previous guy did. Is that somebody you want to hang on to in this point? And they've got a handful of others that they have to consider. Marcus Sasser looks like he's got some talent. I think overall there is talent on the team, but unfortunately it's just put together poorly, and they don't have enough of the high-end talent.
I was listening to some talk about this over the weekend, and there's reports I haven't been able to confirm. Kang, were you able to confirm that Goras told Langdon you can move on from Monty Williams if you so choose?
I
Did
never
you find
found
that anywhere?
No, I never saw
Okay.
those. No.
If that is true, let's think about what he's telling him. Remember when they went to hire Monty Williams and he said no, and Tom Gores and Troy Weaver went back with more money and made him at the time the highest paid coach in the NBA at over $13 million a year? Basically gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. He is 1 year into a deal that he is owed over $65 million. If it is true that the owner, Tom Gores, told Trajan Langdon, if you want to move in on this guy, move on from this guy, I'll eat the $65 million. That is one hell of a financial hit for an owner to take 1 year in to a 6-year contract that at the time was the highest paying contract in the NBA. Now, there might be some outs in there, and there might be something where he's not responsible for all of it.
I would imagine,
man,
given what it took to lure Monty Williams to coach again, which was absolutely money.
Yeah.
And then the situation was interesting. He was going to take over, but I never thought his heart was in it. Now, is it now? That's what you have to ask yourself. Is he ready to coach now? Is he invested enough where he wants to make a difference and stay here? If so, great, because I think he's a plus coach. If he's still not sure and he wants to get out of the situation, he can simply have that conversation now with Trajan Langdon and Tom Gores and say, look, I'm done. I'm wiped out. I don't want to do this anymore. And I would imagine they could work out a settlement that doesn't include the full money he's due in the contract.
Well, I would I guess it's not my money. I don't really care. And Gores, look, that doesn't mean Gores is a great owner. Part of the reason why he'd have to eat $65 million is because he hired the wrong GM, and then then that GM went out and got the wrong coach for this group.
No one has uttered that phrase.
What?
Gores is a great owner.
No.
No one has ever said that.
No, but financially, if he's willing to take that hit because it's in the best interest of the team,
respect it.
There can be amount of respect. Now, it's a problem that was created by him bringing in the wrong people. So it's not like, it's a stamp of, wow, this guy's great, but that would be one heck of a financial hit for a guy to take and basically get nothing out of a coach that you made the highest paid coach and then paid him for 1 year, if it's true that Langdon can move on. Kang, do you have any thoughts about it as a resident hardcore NBA fan?
I mean, I'm not breaking news here. The Pistons are the worst team in the NBA. They just are. Troy Weaver left, and he built a terrible roster. But he didn't leave the cabinet completely bare. He does have a possible foundational piece in Cade Cunningham. And then there's other possible role players that would be good role players on a good team. The problem is they're asked to do much more. I'm talking about Jalen Duren. I'm talking about Asor Thompson, okay? What else Weaver also left, though, was a lot of cap space. Now, this is an attractive job because of those things I just mentioned, and there's only 32 of them, like you guys said also. When you're named the president of basketball operations, I would hope that you would have the power to let go of the head coach if you want. I mean, one of the first things he did was let go of Troy Weaver, right? I mean, there's the reports out there that they asked Weaver if he wanted to stay under some kind of scouting department, but no one's going to take that type of demotion, so they parted ways. I don't think Gores' number one goal or care in the world is the Pistons, and I think that's why people are upset about that. But I do think he does care. He probably doesn't care as much as others would want him to. I just need for my owner to give the people in charge all the resources they need to make a successful organization. So if that means spending money, hiring whatever, facilities, the whole nine, that's what I want from Gores. I have high hopes for Trajan Langdon. I do. He comes from an organization. His resume shows that they've gone through good drafts, through free agencies. The problem is I felt good about Troy Weaver too, guys. I'm not going to lie. And Troy Weaver completely let me down, let you down, Doug, let all of us down. So you just don't know for sure. The hire looks okay, and I'm going to give him his time. But asking fans to be patient is a very tough thing to do in this town, especially when we're going through with the Red Wings, we're going through with the Tigers, now with the Pistons.
Well, the thing that has me concerned is it's 2 times in a row now that they've gone with the guy who worked for the guy, right?
Yeah.
And rather than just going for the guy, Tom Gores is willing to spend way too much money to go get Monty Williams, right?
Yep.
To spend over what you would expect, brings him here. I kind of wish that attitude was there for the general manager as well. Go
Yeah.
get the best GM out there in basketball. Don't settle for somebody who is, his number one guy. I want the guy.
Yeah.
And he's willing to spend, so I guess we'll see if it's a misstep or not. Certainly have no real expectation of Trajan Langdon right now other than be better than what we've had. He doesn't have much of a track record other than being on a staff over in New Orleans.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. You want to get in on the Pistons conversation. In the meantime, something else awesome happened over the weekend in the world of golf. We'll get to that coming up. Plus some Lion stuff mixed in. And it's a Monday. Champ and Chump. Get those votes in. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, mark your calendar. Tomorrow's another awesome party in the Twin Peaks store. If you've been to one of their stores for the photo shoot, you're going to want to be there tomorrow night at the Livonia Twin Peaks Lodge as they will be celebrating all locations Miss Twin Peaks contestants and winners. And from 5 to 11, the girls from all locations will be present and ready to bring down the house. There'll be a live DJ creating a fun atmosphere for all while they showcase the 5 ladies who will represent each local lodge. Stop in and meet not just the winners, but everyone in the Miss Twin Peaks contest. Get ready to meet and mingle and enjoy all the excellent food, the outstanding bar, the amenities, everything Twin Peaks has to offer. Plus, it's a great place to watch sports. You can see all the baseball games you want to see at Twin Peaks. There's a scratch kitchen. There's a happy hour with unbelievable deals. They got all kinds of signature items on the menu, including the hand-cut New York strips. I love the Chipotle chicken. To find a location nearest you, go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views.
The Tigers announcing on X last hour that Jim Leyland will have his number 10 retired by the team, saying, quote, one of the highest honors for one of the most successful managers in franchise history. We will retire number 10 on August 3rd, recognizing Jim Leyland's contributions to the club and the game of baseball, end quote. Leyland spent 22 seasons as a manager, beginning with a long run with the Pirates. Dave Dombrowski pulled him out of retirement in 2006 to lead the Tigers to the World Series. His run with the team ended in 2013. He had 3 90-plus winning seasons in the D. The Tigers start their series with the Rangers tonight. A solid pitching matchup is on tap as Skubal faces Eovaldi. Eovaldi has a 2.84 ERA this season. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. First pitch at 8:05. Ricky Fowler zoomed into the Rocket Mortgage Classic presser today. Fowler has not had a top 10 finish since last year's event. He says Detroit Golf Club is a comfortable venue. Additions to the field were also announced and include Webb Simpson, Chris Kirk, Francesco Molinari, Minwoo Lee, and amateur Miles Russell, who will make his PGA Tour debut at age 15. At the Coral House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We're at Oakland Hills, the Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic. 248-539-9797, the phone number here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. It's been a beautiful day here in Metro Detroit. Good weekend. The rain, I won't say it ruined the Detroit Grand Prix because it didn't, but it definitely made it tough conditions on the drivers. More than half the race in terms of time was run under yellow flag conditions. In the end, it was a reasonably exciting finish, as it was kind of a chase of Scott Dixon and Marcus Ericsson. Looked like he had the fastest car in the end, but couldn't work his way through the traffic between himself and Scott Dixon. Dixon gets the win. So there you go. Tigers over the weekend sent Spencer Torkelson down to Toledo. That's gotten a lot of discussion today. New man in charge of the Pistons is Trajan Langdon. It looks like Troy Weaver. I don't know if it's been made official yet or not, but there are reports that he is out as general manager. And Caitlin Clark getting some degree of rookie abuse in the WNBA. The question and the debate is carrying on of whether or not it is too much. I'm a little surprised at how much traction we've got on that, but we got a ton of it today here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. And, of course, Champ and Chump. We do that every Monday. From an unnamed texter, Chump is the WNBA players who are abusing their meal ticket. Champ is the Tigers for sending Torkelson to Toledo. Abusing the meal ticket, that's kind of strong.
I don't know if I would say it's I think it's an adjustment.
Yeah.
And, again, I think the publicity for it is fine, even if it's bad or negative publicity. It's got people talking about it. And
nobody's committing any crimes.
No, it's some rough play. Okay, guess what? That's professional sports. Big deal. And I don't think anybody's saying anything out of line. It's fine.
From an unnamed texter, the body check aside, teams are just letting Clark know, and she doesn't respond well to physical play going back to college. Teams aren't going to ease up on her to make her feel welcome.
No, if it rattles her, that's a great strategy.
Mo in Mount Clemens says, Doug and Gator, I'm okay with the treatment that Clark is getting. It's her welcome to the WNBA period. It may have some extra sauce on it because the league is full of players that are playing well, and the league and media haven't promoted them to the same level. I blame the league. That's from Mo in Mount Clemens. Matt Barnes made a great point, basically saying they can do whatever, play her hard, but where are her teammates? Where is her coach telling the teammates? So you're saying the teammates need to protect her a little bit more?
Well, Draymond Green came out and said that perhaps she needs an enforcer, someone that, or not that she needs, or that the team might need an enforcer to make sure that stuff doesn't go any further than it already has.
Draymond's next stop.
Right. Yeah.
Regarding Torque, this one's fascinating. Unnamed texter writes, I actually wrote Torque a letter at the end of April.
Al Davis?
Okay, first of all, love this fan's commitment.
Yeah.
Wrote Tork a letter. I actually wrote Tork a letter at the end of April. It's his hands. He draws them forward, not backwards. See Paredes from side angle. He has hands, middle body. Draws them back and steps at the same time. By the way, Tork using method of Cabrera, who hit in a weird way due to really quick hands. Well, I hope that letter got through.
Well, Cabrera had to change everything because of his knees.
Yeah. Yeah. Fan wrote a letter.
A letter.
He wrote a letter. Good for him. Did you see any of the highlights from the Canadian Open over the weekend?
I watched some of it.
Okay. And did you see what happened with the caddy for CT Pan?
I saw it. I happened to be online, and I think it was through Twitter. I saw something. I'm like, what just happened? And I flipped on the TV, and I got to see a replay of it, and thought it was fantastic.
So, if you missed it, CT Pan's caddy, I guess, slipped and fell and injured himself. And under the rules, anyone can caddy. And it just so happened that I'll go ahead and describe him as a husky gentleman, was picked out of the crowd by the name of Paul Emerson, who had to put the bib on.
I saw that.
And the bib didn't quite fit him.
It fit him fine. I mean, he's a little bit bigger than the bib needed to be, but, it ended up settling down just fine.
Yes, and he caddied for a few holes while they worked on a replacement caddy. He did not look the part.
Nope.
But carried the bag and, I guess, got the job done.
Well, was it Fluff? Fluff was the caddy that got hurt.
I think it was,
Tiger's first caddy.
Yep.
Longtime veteran of the PGA Tour.
Yep.
So when I saw this guy put the bib on, which was a struggle, but finally got it on, and then picks up the golf bag and starts to walk, and I think Panda dropped his club head cover. And he's got to go down and pick it up. I don't think he was used to it.
I think he dropped the club.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
He didn't put it on the driver securely enough and
Yeah.
it fell off.
It's
more complicated than you realize.
Imagine how nervous you'd be in that situation.
Oh, my God. Yes, absolutely. Kang, do we have the sound of Emerson? I don't know.
Yes.
When I left the studio. Okay. Emerson afterwards described what happened. Something in this description sounds very familiar. Here's what it sounded like. Did he get the STFU speech?
He got the STFU speech. Yeah, he did.
Okay. Now, to be fair, that speech has been characterized as mean-spirited and that I'm a jerk.
Well, from you it was, yeah. When you used to give that speech to the interns, yeah.
But was I not helping them? That was the whole purpose.
Well, helping them by having them not bother you, yes.
Well, but hold on. We had a problem there for a stretch of several interns in which they would come into the office and treat pre-show as if it were a tryout to be on the air and never stop talking when we're trying to get a show together. So I decided at the time I was in charge of the intern program. I said, all right, look, I would tell the interns, you'll get plenty of time to interact with us. We'll get your ideas. We want you thinking about the show. We'd like to hear what you like hearing about on the other side of the speakers. But the first thing you need to do is come in and observe. And just stay quiet and kind of
That would have
see
been
how
great if
things-
that's the way that you worded it, but you literally told them to STFU.
Well, I mean, there was some harsh language used. But, yes, it worked, though. It worked. And we have many a success story.
It's true.
Kang, were you before or after the STFU speech? You were before, right?
I was before.
Yeah. But you were privy to the STFU speech.
Oh, yeah. I sat in on most of those interviews, if not all of them, after, you know.
And
with a smile on your face.
But it worked. And we had a lot of success with the interns.
Yeah.
And many of them ended up back on they would get on the air because we would.
Is Jim Costa one of those guys?
Yes, he got the STFU speech. So it sounds to me like Pan gave Emerson the
Pam?
STFU. It's Pan.
It's actually Pan.
It is Pan. He gave the emergency caddy the STFU speech.
You know, when I watch caddies and people sling the the bag over the shoulder and the straps hanging on the shoulder.
Yeah.
I've never been able to walk with a golf bag comfortably.
Oh, really?
Because my shoulders they slope with because of my traps, Doug.
Yeah.
There's not a comfortable place for the bag to just sit in an indentation.
You don't got enough ledge?
No, I have
a little bit of a ledge here.
It's too slanted down from my neck. So it's always like a struggle to see how long the bag's going to stay there until I have to just grab the handle and carry the thing. So I've always been amazed by other guys that do this. But fortunately for that dude, he only had to do it for a few holes.
All right, couple things here.
Because that would have been a disaster.
He wanted to do more, Gator. He was disappointed.
I'm sure he wanted to.
Well, I wanted to ask you, Gator. If they would have asked you, you would have said no because of your shoulder issue, or this is an opportunity you can't pass up.
You would have done it. You would have done it.
I probably would have done it. Because it wasn't an overly hot day, I guess, right?
Well, it looked like
a little
it was
overcast.
raining,
Yeah.
So
middle of the summer, I probably wouldn't have done it.
Question for our audience. Have you ever been asked to sub for something and immediately knew you were way in over your head? That you were not qualified for whatever level it was, whether you were subbing in a golf league, a hockey league, a basketball league. When were you the guy that kind of got plucked out of the crowd and at the last minute filled in for someone? I mean, maybe it was a part of a band and you realize these guys are way better than you. When has this ever happened to you where you were the unqualified fill-in? Do you have a story? You're laughing like...
Oh, there was a Gator Palooza where they changed things up on me.
All right, I look forward to that. Has this ever happened to you? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, swing for fences this MLB season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because Dinger Tuesdays, you can turn dingers into dollars all season long. Just bet your favorite player to rip a moonshot, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every homer hit during that game. Yep, home runs just got even better. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum bonus is $25 per game. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Phone calls, feedback, 248-539-9797. I want to hear your story. When you were weighing over, you asked to fill in and you were weighing over your head.
Well, I didn't necessarily ask me to fill in, but, the Gator Palooza parties I've thrown at my house over the years. I've had 6 of them, I think, now. And I have played with the band 3 separate occasions. And the last time I played, I'd learned a couple songs.
Yeah.
Specific that I knew the guys were going to play, and my buddy Garrett, who's the guitar player with the band,
yeah,
he's like, "Yeah, I'm going to teach you this stuff so you can play." I'm like, "All right." It's already nerve-wracking as it is, because it's not. I mean, you think it's easy, but it's not, because when you're standing behind monitors and the speakers are coming towards you in a different way, you hear the music differently. Yeah, it's hard to explain unless you're up there.
Okay,
it's very uncomfortable. And so I'm there with my guitar, and I'd learned my 2 songs, and I figure I'm done. And then Jody, the singer of the band, of the Jody Raffoul band, Jody goes, "All right, let's do Would You Rock in the Free World by Neil Young. Let's go." And I'm like, "I don't know that." And he's like, "You got it." Like, what do you mean?
What do you mean
I got it? No, I don't have this.
You got it.
And Garrett's like, "Yeah, it's easy. I'll show you." I'm like, "When are you going to show me? Because we're about to play this."
On stage in front of people.
Right. Yeah, I got 50 people in my house, and now I'm going to embarrass myself because I don't know.
But embarrass yourself further.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So I sort of got the gist of it. It's not much. It's like 3 chords, right? So I was able to figure it out for the most part. But there was one part I kept getting wrong. I'm like, there's just no way.
No.
And then it comes time for the solo, and Garrett's killing it because he does. He's awesome. And then he's looking at me like, "You go, man. You go." I'm like, "Where am I going? What do you mean?
Yeah.
I have no idea what I'm doing. You expect me to run off on a solo right now?" Okay. And I did the best I could, and it was okay. But I was way out of my depth in that.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line. We're talking about this because the caddy, dude, gets called out of the crowd to caddy for CT Pan at the RBC Canadian Open. And we just had a good laugh at the idea that, this guy was asked to fill in and basically told stay off the greens and don't talk. And so that's what he did. But have you ever been asked to fill in for something and realized quickly, whatever league it was, or as you had a story about being in a band you were in over your head? Let's go to Rob. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hi, guys, and love the show.
Thank you.
So anyways, several years ago when my daughter was playing youth soccer, one of the linesmen didn't show up. So, rather than forfeit the game, I volunteered to be a linesman because I'm kind of a glutton for punishment anyways. But
yeah.
So I took the flag, and I said, I'm not going to call what team it is. I'm just going to call in or out. And they were fine with that. So the game went on. So I raised the flag if the ball went out. And then one time, our team actually, the ball was very close to the line, and I'm watching it, and I raised the flag, and right away I could feel the glare of all the parents on me, and very embarrassing. So I turned around, held the flag. I go, any of you guys want to take it? It's fine with me.
Yeah, I would not want to do that. It's funny because you have to watch the game completely differently, right? You're used to watching it as a fan.
That's absolutely right.
But it's a complete retraining of whatever way you watch the game. Well, I mean, you weren't making calls, right? So there is that. You weren't trying to say which team it was off of. But you still, I've noticed so many times in youth sports, people start screaming for a call before an official even has a chance to react. You have to make sure you have to make sure that the ball's completely over the line before you.
Right. Yeah. I watched it really care, and this literally like 20 years ago. I still remember this. So and gives me that much more respect for what refs do, especially in in youth sports.
No, appreciate the story. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Feedback coming to the Carson Anderson inbox. So I recently was asked to join a men's league for lacrosse from my younger coaches. They all played college ball, graduating in the last 2 or 3 years. I haven't played in 16 years, and that was in high school. I'm hoping I'm not in over my head. Oh, you haven't even played yet. You haven't played in 16 years, and you're going to play where a bunch of college players are playing?
You may want to get out there and sling the ball around.
Yeah.
Is that what they call it? What
I don't know what you do in lacrosse. Do you sling it around? Do you play catch? Is that catch? They're just playing catch?
Yeah.
I filled in as an umpire for a girls' softball game, and the opposing coach yelled at me every time I called a pitch a ball. I think umpiring is something you don't want to do without a ton of training.
No. Or without a really thick skin.
Yeah. I filled in once as the official scorekeeper for men's and women's basketball for Florida Southern College. I used to do it previously and relatively easy once in a while. You know what you're doing after a while, after 5 or 6 years from doing it. It was a rough first half for me to keep up. I actually ended up finishing the season and doing the following season with that team, and the men's team won a national title my last year there. No, I didn't get a ring, LOL. We were at a resort on our honeymoon, writes this unnamed texter, and I was pulled from the side to play goalie in water polo just because I'm 6'6". But I did make a killer save.
Does height matter when you're in the water?
I don't know, man. I have
you're treading water. You're kind of the same height.
I guess. Longer arms. Would longer arms matter for water polo goalie?
Now, you had a situation in Australia.
This was weird. Are you talking about the goal?
Yeah.
Being gold?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my buddy Troy says, hey, I got a job. They need somebody else. You want to do it? And I said, sure. Where at? And he said, the World Polo Championships. I'm like, okay, we get there, find out we're goal judges. All we have to do is raise our flag if the ball and signal if a ball, because in polo, the goal was just these 2 posts. And if it went over a post, we had to signal that it was inside or outside the post. But the scary thing was this was on the field with these horses. And they would come charging at us, and the rule was just stand there. Don't move. They will miss you. The guys that are right, and I'm like, are we sure about that? And it was sketch, man. It was a moment where I'm like, by the way, I'm sitting there making like $14 an hour going, how did I get this job?
Well, you started the show today off on the wrong foot because you had an incident where your pen leaked ink onto your pants, and then you had to wash your pants, and then it looked like you peed your pants.
Yeah. I got this terrible black blotch on my pants now, for those of you watching on the video.
Did you pee your pants at all when the horses came charging in?
No, I did not actually pee my pants. And we really didn't have to do anything because there was never anything that went over the post, so we just kind of stood there all day. But I made some money. And it
got to make that money.
Yeah, that's right. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Anson. You're next on 97 The Ticket. What's up, Anson?
Gentlemen, it's been a minute. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Fantastic. Yeah, so I was 13 years old at Steve Fisher camp. Now, mind you, a year later when I started high school, I was 5 foot 89 pounds. And day one, after all the kind of meet and greet, there's a little run, and they need an extra guy, so they picked me up. And, they matched me up with a guy named Marcus Taylor. And he ended up playing in the NBA.
Yeah.
He dunked on me quite a few times, and quite really like he was dunking on Charles Barkley with emphasis. Now, I will say, the highlight of my day is I did pull the seat out from underneath him, Rick Mahorn style. He did not love that. The crowd did, but I was a little out of my league, gentlemen.
It can happen. It can happen, Anson. But, hey, you know what, though? Those are fun stories to tell.
Oh, man, the fact that I got to play against Marcus Taylor, I got him, Chucky Atkins, and Spud Webb on my got to play against them list. So I'm honored and blessed in that sense. Yeah, not bad.
What was it like playing against Spud? What was it like playing against Spud Webb?
Well, I was actually a ball boy, and he was shooting by me in warm-ups, and I kind of put my hand out just naturally. He looked at me, and I was like, I'm sorry. He's like, no, get over here.
Nice.
And he had me square up with him. It was pretty cool.
Good for you.
So
Great story.
Gave me a little up to 5, and it was a good time, man.
Hey, thanks for the phone call, Anson. 248-539-9797. All right, interesting data regarding NFL post-June 1st cap space.
Data.
And where our Lions sit. We will get to that today at 1:31 here on Carson Anderson. 97 won The Ticket. It's our car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. We're at Oakland Hills today, part of the Detroit Sports Commission Golf Classic. Interesting conversation. No announcements yet. Sounds like, though. Sounds like NBA All-Star
Dave's
game.
working on it.
Yeah, he is.
He's
actually,
right there.
Yeah, he's on the phone right there, securing hopefully an NBA All-Star game for us here in Detroit.
And more.
But that's the people responsible for bringing the draft to Detroit, which was a resounding success. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday, 248-539-9797. All right, Gator. Numbers came from Over the Cap over the weekend, the post-June 1st cap space in the NFL. The Lions have $40.3 million. That is the third most of any team in the National Football League, which is kind of surprising because we're talking about one of the better rosters in the NFL right now. We're talking about a team that just signed massive contracts, although it's clear that that money is somewhat backloaded. The next 2 seasons, they are going to have some cap flexibility. And $40.3 million is quite a bit. Now, you want a rainy day fund. You want to be ready to make a move if necessary, if something happens that really depletes your roster. But you also want to win a Super Bowl. And it strikes me that with free agents like Justin Simmons and players available like maybe T. Higgins, a safety or a wide receiver, there are guys up front defensively that are available. It all makes sense. Do you jump back into free agency now and get maybe that 1-year contract for a player who is looking for a longer deal? Do you go big and sign somebody and figure out the cap stuff later? Do you save all this money with the idea that at the trade deadline you can take in a ton of salary and at that point know maybe a little bit more in particular specifics what you will need? What is the best use of this flexibility that Brad Holmes has created for himself?
Well, I think you have to use some of it. Otherwise, it's just wasted. And then you would go back and say, well, why didn't they do this in free agency? Why didn't they do that in free agency?
Yep.
So, yeah, there's still ways you can always improve your roster. But at this point, it seems like if you're going to do it, it's going to be free agent route, and it's going to be a 1-year deal for free agents, right?
Yeah.
So you can still go out, and there's still some big-time free agents you can bring in if you want to. Are you waiting for some cap casualties to come down the road in August?
Yeah, I mean, $40 million is a couple of players.
Yeah,
good ones. Not
huge, right?
Yeah.
So I would imagine that just gauging Brad Holmes, he's got a plan. I think he's got a plan. Now, I think the very bottom rung of that plan is that they're fine where they're at. They could go into the season right now, compete for a Super Bowl right now. However, if the player comes along and they think puts them over the top, they can go out and get them and spend on it. Now, do they want to do that through a trade? I don't know if they want to do that through a trade because that's talking about trading away other assets that like draft picks and I don't know if that's the route they want to go, but they certainly have the money to do it from a standpoint of free agency, and that's why if you see somebody get released in early August, that maybe that player comes over here real quickly because, the Lions can give me a 1-year, $10 million contract, and then they only have $30 million left in cap space.
Right. I guess the one thing, I'll start with this, and I just, do this a lot. I can't believe that we're that team. I am so used to seeing other teams and being so jealous of those other teams for being good and having cap space. Like, how'd you pull that off? How'd you pull that off? I'm so used to being bad and having no cap space.
Right.
And now they're good and have cap space.
But this is the 1-year window they have because obviously things change dramatically when you look at futures with players that they have to pay.
Are we sure they don't have this window open next year too?
I'm not sure they have it like this.
Maybe not like this, but because it feels like the real cap pinch is 2 years away.
Well, but they still have to pay after this season. You got to pay Ali McNeil. You're not sure what's going on with Decker. So those are 2 contracts that come up right away.
Yeah. Well,
and Ali McNeil is going to be a big one.
I am going to. I'm not impatient. I'm not going to rip anybody. But I feel like the sense of urgency should be there right now to use this money. Now maybe that when I say right now, I don't mean Monday. I mean this season. Use this money. A year ago, I kind of understood why they didn't make a move at the trade deadline. The explanations I got were about fits positionally and fits from making sure that they got the right kind of guy in the locker room. And that's the one thing about taking the money into the season at the trade deadline is you don't get to choose which players become disgruntled with their organizations and become available in trade. You don't get to choose which organizations fade from contention and want to unload players. And you don't, even though if you do get to choose, maybe those teams don't want to unload those players. Like, a lot has to line up for you to take advantage of that at the trade deadline. It also seems to me that the trade deadline deals are the best because you end up giving up draft capital that isn't elite to get elite talent. But it comes with a risk because you just don't know who's going to be available.
Well, exactly.
Last year, the two names that everybody wanted were Montez Sweat and Chase Young. And they were at a position of need, opposite Aiden Hutchinson. But whether it was, again, I don't know which was which or whatever, but I was told it's position. Now, in the case of Montez Sweat, the kind of money he got might have been, the Lions might have been